Hey, Richard,
Hello.
just checking.
Tilt down a little bit, your camera.
What happened with it?
Tilt it down a little bit. We got a lot of headroom.
I can't even see it.
Oh, that's perfect.
Thank you.
You're an expert.
How am I?
You're perfect.
As usual, huh?
Mr.
Huh.
Hi there, just doing a sound check. It's Teresa.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You sound great.
I believe we have a quorum, Madam Clerk. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Present.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the agenda, please?
Tonight, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Sonia Christian versus City of Richmond et al., Sprawl Deaf et al. Versus City of Richmond, and North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There are 3 cases.
Okay, do we have anybody signed up for public comment?
Yes, we do.
Okay, please call the public speakers.
Public speakers are Deborah Bayer, followed by Jeannie Courts, Andre Soto, Sally Tobin, and Doria. You'll each have 2 minutes. Deborah Bayer, you may begin. You'll have 2 minutes.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Butt, City Council, city staff,
and most importantly, my fellow Richmond residents who may be listening. This closed session, once again, is about resolving the dilemma of Point Mulati. We all know the basic outlines of the pros and cons of the proposed Suncal development. It will supposedly bring money to the city in the form of transfer taxes and property taxes, will help with the rehabilitation of the historic Winehaven district, and will provide housing for people making at least $400,000 a year. On the other hand, Point Mulati is not connected to any city streets, forcing residents to drive there via 580. There's only one narrow street into and out of the enclave with no provision for a safe exodus in the case of a disaster, like a fire in the nearby refinery. Most Richmond residents do not make $400,000 a year, so it will likely continue the gentrification of Richmond with little affordable or low-income housing, and is one of the last remaining undeveloped hillsides on the East Bay shoreline. Many people think it would be more appropriate to preserve the land and its rare ecology as a regional park. Finally, once the cost of infrastructure and maintaining a 24-hour fire and police station is factored in, there are questions about how much revenue would actually be generated for the city. What really bothers me, though, is how we got here. The last city council pushed through the Suncal development over the objections of many residents, knowing that the city would face a lawsuit. A year later, the same city council pushed through the Campus Bay project, 1 month before the newly elected council, which was publicly opposed to putting housing on the poison AstraZeneca site, could be seated. We can't continue to put the city in the position of ignoring public sentiment and inviting lawsuits. I hope when you go into this latest closed session, you have a good discussion about how to settle this deep hole the last city council dug for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeannie Courts. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. Jeannie Courts, Richmond resident. I have to agree with everything Deborah Bayer just said. Going forward with my statement, countless dollars and time is being spent by city staff and outside counsel, specifically Downey Brand's Christian March. Downey Brand is a law firm that helps developers and corporations fight environmental law. The majority of the Richmond community is against the development of up to 2,000 high-end housing units where our public land will be taken away and privatized. Point Mulati belongs to the people of Richmond, and Tom Budd has used backdoor deals to get his way on this development while at the same time helping his developer friends. He violated the Brown Act doing so and went against the will of the people and the Richmond Community Plan. The East Bay Regional Park is very interested in acquiring Point Mulati as one of their parks. This park would preserve Point Mulati for the public to enjoy while at the same time protecting its flora, fauna, the South Watershed, and ultimately the largest and healthiest eelgrass beds in San Francisco Bay. It would also protect ancient Ohlone burial sites and shell mounds in the historical Chinese shrimp camp. It would provide recreation for Richmond's youth, which could include soccer fields, kayaking, cycling, and hiking. Both Point Mulati could be a world-class park and destination. If this development plan goes through, it will be a private, wealthy enclave. Please come to a settlement agreement. Too many hours and Richmond residents' tax dollars are being spent on this terrible development plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andre Soto. You may begin.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Andres Soto. And I'm here also to add my voice to the chorus, asking you to enter into a settlement, both around the Point Mulati and ultimately the AstraZeneca site as well. At Point Mulati, you know, you've heard it all over and over again, and you just heard it from Debbie and Jeannie, but this is the wrong project at the wrong place at the wrong time at Point Mulati. We want to see Winehaven preserved and enhanced for economic activity at the site. but the rest of it needs to be turned into a park for the benefit of the people. That's one of the things that has recently been shown, is that low income people of color disproportionately live in these heat zones because they don't have enough trees, they don't have enough greenery, they don't have enough parks in their neighborhoods as the more affluent Euro-American suburbs. And this is the kind of thing that the people of Richmond need, and the kind of project that the people of Richmond deserve, not this back room, smoke-filled room deal that the old council put in front of us and now is an albatross around the city. So I urge you to reach a settlement for the benefit of the people on both Point Malate and at AstraZeneca. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sally Tobin. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Sally Tobin. I'm a Richmond resident. The duty of any legal representative is to work out a legal strategy so that their clients can get what they want. Of course, negotiations can be complex, and sometimes, as in the case of Point Malate, working out a settlement is the wisest course out of a big mess. My personal hope is that the City of Richmond is getting excellent legal representation, with attorneys working to extricate the city from its unwise plan to build a destructive upscale mega development that, if built, will reduce public access to the last intact watershed on San Francisco Bay. In this case, the client is the people of Richmond, who have voted for a park at Point Malate in two different ways. One, the people of Richmond vote for Parkland with their feet every weekend as they hold family barbecues and hang out at the beach park, which is the only part of Point Malate that is publicly accessible. Two, the people of Richmond elected a slate of city council members who favor keeping Point Malate as public parkland. So I hope that negotiations are making significant progress toward a settlement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Doria. Doria, please state your last name for the record. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Doria Mueller-Beil-Schmidt. I am a Richmond resident. Let's see, 30 years now. East Bay resident for, oh gosh, 70s. And I'd like to say I agree with all the previous speakers, Ms. Baer, Quartz, and Tobin, as well as Mr. Soto. And it's hard to add anything because they've said so many important things. But for me personally, it comes down to value. And my question to everybody is just, how do you put a value on Point Pinole or Miller Knox Park, Alvarado Park, or Wildcat Canyon? What value does that have to all of us? Over the course of the pandemic, I would say that the value of those large, beautiful, more wild, they're not wild, but they're much more wild spaces, was just amazing. I have been walking the parks.
Your time is expired. Thank you.
Excuse me, excuse me, but I was watching it. You had it on the last speaker for only 27 seconds. And then you started the 2 minutes. So she really didn't have her full time. Could she have
She
another
did not
minute?
have her full time. We'll reset it.
Okay,
Thank you, Pam.
my apologies. I saw the 2 minutes pop up.
Yeah, the clock was stuck for a second.
Doria, you may proceed. My apologies.
So you're gonna give her more time or what?
Doria?
Yes, I'm asking her to unmute so she can. I just pulled her back up.
Oh, there, I appreciate just a little under a minute. And that is, having walked these parks avidly for years and years and years. I mean, both my husband, my kids and I and friends, the number of people who came out into our parks, I mean, it was 20-fold, 50-fold on some days over the course of these last 2 years. We live in a dense urban environment, and we need these open spaces. They're really, really hard to put a value on. You cannot compare it to a house, a building, or a little bit of tax money that's coming in. The value overall to everybody, and this is not just Richmond, this is the whole East Bay. I mean, people will come far and wide for these beautiful open spaces that Richmond has to offer already, and Point Malate, an amazing addition. So I mean, value is a big question here. To me, there's no comparison. And I really appreciate the speakers that were ahead of me. They talked about it in more detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is phone caller with the phone number ending in 8800. You may begin. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm trying to unmute my, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you. Please state your first and last name for the record and you may begin. Thank you.
Okay, you can hear me now, right? Okay.
Yes.
I hope. Okay, good. Nancy Okada, and I'm a member of the Sierra Club, and I'm really concerned. I agree with everything that everybody else has said previously. I'm really concerned about maintaining habitat instead of destroying it all throughout the Bay Area. And I think that I hope you come to a settlement that favors the natural habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, we are now adjourned to closed session.
Hello, Michael.
Hello, how are you doing?
Okay, this is KCRT. Sorry, I had to turn off your camera because usually they want to see the council members during their part.
Turn my camera off?
Yeah, you can turn off your camera until it's time for your item. When your item comes up later on, you can turn your camera on during your item.
My IT guy, no problem.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This is Richard from KCRT Television. Chief Smith and Danae Evans, if you hear me right now, I'm trying to bring you in as a panelist. You must hit the little dialog box that comes up to allow you to come in. It only stays up just for a couple seconds.
Three. Okay, I see a quorum. Are you ready to go, Madam Clerk? You're muted, but it
Yes, I
sounded
am.
like you said yes. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so welcome everyone. We're starting out tonight with a special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. So would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bates,
Present.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Chair Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Martinez. Commissioner Martinez,
Here.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Here.
Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott. I don't show her as here. She's absent. And Chair Butt.
Yes. At this time, would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
De acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The Mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom, en conformidad con las secciones de la orden ejecutiva del gobernador N-2920, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, next is item C, statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict? Okay, next item is agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I respectfully
This-
request.
By the way, this is for the housing authority.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead.
okay. Any changes to the housing authority agenda? I don't see any. So next item is housing authority consent calendar. Would you read that item, Madam Clerk?
Okay, this is a consent calendar item to approve the minutes for the July 27th, 2021 agenda. That's the only item under consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion?
I move the item.
Second,
Motion by McLaughlin, second by,
Johnson.
Johnson,
okay, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott, are you here? Okay, so she is absent, and Chair Butt.
Yes. Next item is,
Motion passes.
thank you. Next item is F1. Would you read that, please?
Item F1, under Housing Authority as a whole, is to adopt a resolution designating McCormick, Barron, Salazar, and Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services as the preferred development team for the redevelopment and operation of Nystrom Village. Authorize the Executive Director of the Richmond Housing Authority to negotiate an exclusive right to negotiate agreement for the development and operation of Nystrom Village with the term not to exceed 90 days, with an option for 2 mutually approved extensions of not more than 30 days each.
Okay, I understand we have a staff report.
Yes, good evening, Chair Budd and members of the RHA Board of Directors. My name is Shasta Curl, Deputy City Manager, Economic Development. This evening, we are pleased to bring forward a development team we believe has the capacity to repeat the success that was achieved at Richmond Village by preserving existing affordable housing and creating additional workforce housing for our community, which is desperately needed. With this action, we are poised to complete a significant milestone to commence the revitalization of 4 blocks at Nystrom Village. I would like to thank the RHA Board for your continued commitment to increasing affordable housing for our residents and improving the built environment in an equitable manner, as this site is adjacent to the wellness trail that is under construction at this time. In addition, I would like to thank Region 9 staff at HUD's office here in San Francisco, Nanette Beecham, RHA Executive Director, Thomas Amolo, Management Analyst, Gabino Arredondo, Project Manager, and Nora Lake Brown with DRA for her technical support. I will now turn it over to Ms. Beecham to review the selection criteria that we previously reviewed with you. And shortly thereafter, you will receive a brief presentation for the development team. Thank you so much for your continued support. Ms. Beecham? KCRT, please put forward the slides. Next slide, please.
Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I wanted to give you a little bit of background on the selection criteria the panel used to select the developer team. We selected based on developer qualifications, track record and experience, financial capacity to provide financial guarantees to lenders and investors, commitment to pay all pre-development expenses for all phases, including master plan and neighborhood engagement plan. Next slide. The top two respondents were McCormick, Barron Salazar, and Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services and team, and to the Pacific companies in partnership with EAH and Novin Development Group. Next slide. So here are the evaluation scores of the team of 4 reviewers. Next slide, please. So MBS in Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services team is comprised of Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services, Methuen, Urban Strategies, Hood Design Studios, the Baines Group, Strategic Partner, and John Stewart Company. Next slide, please. The MBS and RNHS strengths are they have a Richmond presence and experience, local developer partner, low and moderate income home ownership experience, innovative moderate income rental experience using private market equity, strong neighborhood engagement plan. Next slide, please. And so now I'd like to introduce you to the team, and they want to tell you a little bit about themselves. Adi?
Sure. Hi, good evening, everyone. Adi Nagraj, Senior Vice President at McCormick Barron Salazar. I'm joined by our full team, but I think primary speakers now will be Nikki Beasley. Nikki, can you say hi? Just make sure we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone.
Great. And then Michael Baines.
Good evening, everyone. No problems.
Great. All right, so I wanted to go through a brief presentation of our team and a little bit more information about us. So here you kind of see on the bottom left the logos of the folks involved with our proposal. Next slide, please. MBS leadership, McCormick Barron's leadership is Tony Salazar of McCormick Barron Salazar, who launched our West Coast presence, and our president and CEO, Vince Bennett, as well. Next slide, please. Our team for this initiative is before you here. Pauline Blackwell is with me on this panel representing MBS. You've heard from Nikki. Donovan Duncan is the Executive Vice President of Urban Strategies, and we have a different rep from Urban Strategies here tonight. You got introduced to Michael today, and then Methuen are our design architects led by Ann Torney and Kristen Belt. Next slide. Our mission at MBS is to transform places into communities where all people can thrive, going through a comprehensive neighborhood, people, assets, housing, transformation process, and incredibly importantly, ensuring long-term financial health so that the buildings in year 10 and 15 and 20 look as good as they do when they're newly constructed. Next slide. Our experience We have built over 24,000 homes with a total investment of $4.8 billion in 218 developments. We've secured 15 CNI, Choice Neighborhood Implementation Grants. So this is kind of the new version of Hope 6 out of DC, which many of you are probably familiar with, which provides grants of up to $30 million to do comprehensive neighborhood redevelopment through enhanced engagement with stakeholders, and to look at not just the housing piece, but at education, healthcare, just the suite of assets that residents need in order to thrive. Next slide. So as you know, it was referenced here that Richmond Village is a project that MBS and the Baines Group has successfully worked on in Richmond. And with that, I'll turn it over to Michael to speak a little bit about this project.
Thank you very much, Ari. It gives me great pleasure to be on the Nation team, but we started out at Richmond Housing many years ago, which is called Easter Hill, which was a very rugged, tough area. One of the things that we enjoyed most was developing that workforce development using local community-based people, using Richmond Works. We look forward to using Richmond Built this time and getting more involved, I think, with some of the local churches, nonprofits for education, to educate the local community in order for them to be prepared to take on these types of projects. And Easter Hill is an example of that. Easter Hill was not looked upon in the beginning, but when we came on as a minority developer, myself, a general contractor, who had about 35% of the total work, we were able to hire local because we can place them through our general construction. So we feel very proud again to be with Nation with the same abilities that we have, even more capacity with you guys now. So we look forward to working in the Nation and basically putting more people to work, doing the things that we know how to do as a general contractor, hiring. And that is exactly where we're coming from, is to hire more people in Richmond and working in Richmond to develop the capacity so they all can become general contractors, hopefully one day. And thank you very much again, Adi, for the opportunity.
Great, thanks, Michael. Next slide, please. Another project we wanted to quickly highlight is Alice Griffith redevelopment in San Francisco. So this was 100% public housing. This ended up being a $243 million redevelopment. We built both all the replacement public housing plus additional tax credit homes, and we're in the process with a market rate partner for them to build out the market rate portion. So again, 337 total homes in a mixed income community. We did extensive public outreach. The heart of it was the existing residents on kind of what they wanted to see their new community to look like, as well as external stakeholders. And our government partners on this were the Housing Authority in San Francisco, the Mayor's Office of Housing, the Housing Department, a number of neighborhood groups. And leveraging all of those assets, we also secured a $30 million grant from the federal government through the CNI program in order to kind of kickstart some of the redevelopment efforts and work on things like infrastructure and other, more expensive parts of the projects that we really needed a federal source to help fund. Next slide, please. And I'll turn it over to Michael to talk about the Baines Group.
Well, our experience goes back pretty deep right now. We're involved in the San Francisco market right now, probably building assets of about $800 million in housing. We're very much been involved heavily with McCormick Barron Salazar over the years. And right as we speak today, we're sitting on probably about 5 major projects in the city of San Francisco as a 35% partner. So we feel very proud of what we're doing as a construction company. We've come up through mentoring programs. We came up through outreach programs. So we feel comfortable enough at this point with our ability to take on all of these projects and look forward to the Nation, because it's similar to all the stuff that we've done all these years. We've never done anything less than what I call undersecured communities. So we look forward to it again, and our qualifications are there, and our dedication for Richmond has been over 15 years. So we look forward to working in Richmond again.
Thanks, Michael. Next slide, please. Nikki.
Well, good evening, everyone. Some familiar faces, but for those that don't know Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services, we have been in the city of Richmond since 1981. It was established by local residents who were addressing the redlining issues of that time. We now have turned into an affordable housing organization, being housing providers to low to moderate income families in the city of Richmond and in the city of Oakland. Most of those properties are scattered site, single family homes. Our anchor and our flagship is our financial literacy through our HUD approved counseling work, where we established our Changing the Narrative program, assisting first time home buyers getting into homes And since the inception of that 2017, we've gotten over 175 new families into home ownership. And in 2017, we started our path as developers. I can say that it is exciting to be around this project because, as mentioned, Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services was a part of Richmond Village, but really coming in as a program partner, assisting with down payment, helping people get into the ownership portion, but to now come in as a partner that will be focused on establishing affordable housing units for ownership. It really gives us an opportunity to build and expand the work that we have a lot of passion around.
Thank you, Nikki. Next slide. Thank you. And that concludes our presentation. I will say, before we transition to any questions, one is a few things. You know, it is in our DNA and our nature and our personalities to partner. And so obviously the city and the Housing Authority will be incredibly important partners on all of this, both in terms of what gets built, like the actual structures of what gets built, the program, the AMIs we're building to, the home ownership rental component. We see these as all important discussions that we're all going to engage with you in the weeks and months ahead. However, with that, you know, there are a few non-negotiables. One is that we do not expect and we did not assume any funding from the city or the county to help make this go. We're actually, Michael and I are working on a different project right now in West Oakland where we're securing close to $55 million in state money, state and federal money, and very little to zero from the city. And so we would like to utilize our state and federal contacts and expertise in order to replicate something like that here in Richmond. And two, one-for-one replacement in public housing. That is also a non-negotiable. And so while we want to engage in a healthy relationship and open communication and openness on what the future looks like, I just wanted to state those two non-negotiables that we all have, that we've all agreed to with Nanette and others. So that does conclude. Nikki or Michael, anything else in closing before we transition to questions?
Well, yeah, one of the things I forgot is that during this period of time, one of the things that we have to put together the COVID-19 plan, because I've seen in the past, and especially in urban settings like Hunters Point, Double Rock, we really need the plan in place. And I think that's one of the things we'll be looking for and definitely pushing Adi for the construction to have a COVID plan for the virus in that community because of the potential.
That's right. Thank you, Michael. All right, thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Chair Butt, are there any questions?
I was going to ask if you had anything else. Otherwise, I'll take questions.
I just want to also reiterate that per our previous communication, we will be complying with SHPO and HIP and preserve at least 3 units there for historic preservation. That's a very important component of remembering the home front, and that is required per NEPA and SHPO. And so we will be working with our community development staff as well as public works staff through design review, historic preservation, and planning commission. If you all are so inclined to approve this ERN this evening, we would then also return to you with the development agreements when they are ready for your consideration. So
Okay.
this is just the first step.
Councilmember Bates, did you have a hand up? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to tell Mr. Baines, welcome back. Long time history here in Richmond. I just wanted to reassure that last time you did a lot of work with the Richmond Builds programs and local participants. So could you just articulate for the public your interest and your intent, along with Abdul, to include local employees into the development of this project?
Excellent question. One of the things, and I must say, it's good to see you again, Mr. Bates, no problem. One of the things that we feel very strong about our ability, as in the past as a general contractor, most of the times in these projects, we are expected to do about 35% of that work. And in that controlled environment, we hire. Not only did we go back to the same people like Richmond Build, Richmond Works, and we started increasing the number of people attending those organizations because we like to increase the opportunity. So hopefully we can get out ahead of it and get more people enrolled. So as they enrolled and they pick up the education, the knowledge, and the training through Richmond Works and Richmond Built, then we can look at them in a placement as pre-apprentice, working with the unions, making sure the unions understand that, hey, don't stop us, work with us, we need your help. And working with the unions and their agreements to pre-apprentice of local people in the Richmond market, not just on the board. So that's one area, with two areas we'd be after. We'd be after the unions to make sure, we'd be after local nonprofits, organizations too, to make sure that we hit those organizations where most of the time they're not involved in the bidding process because they don't know. So those are the areas that we'll be trying to get heavily involved in. Also in your local papers. I find that a lot of the local papers that our people read, like the Sun Reporters, the Post, papers like that, our people read. So therefore, we have to look at alternative ways to put in announcements to make sure we announce it in the community where everybody understands that project is available to bid on and work with. So all of those areas we will be definitely concerned, and placement, that's on us, because the fact that I'm a general contractor and I will bring them out of there, and we'll be working with the unions to make sure we get pre-apprentice accepted on the people that we normally couldn't get in. Based on a lot of times, like Section 3 is hard to, because most of the time you have to go and bring the Section 3 to the union and explain to the union, we'd like to put Section 3 as pre-apprentice people. So that kind of work, it's a part of the passion that we have, Bates, and that's all we've done. And now today we've done over $1 billion. So I'm very happy with the Baines Group and what our commitment will be.
Well, I really appreciate your comments, and you're a man of honor and integrity. One last question. This project is going to take several years. What's your anticipation of conclusion and completion, which represent several years of employment, sustainable for many of our young people and others in the city of Richmond?
Adi, could you answer the question? Go ahead, Adi. On the timetable.
Yeah, sure. And I can start, and Nikki or others if you have other thoughts. I would say this is an important conversation that we want to have with the Housing Authority staff first and foremost. I would say in terms of the order of what we want to do, I think it's important for us to certainly meet the relationship, meet the residents, and gain the trust of the residents. I know that there's been some excitement, eagerness to get started immediately. And so we want to certainly ensure that there's a level of trust there and start the imagining process of what the new community could look like with the residents, and kind of picking up where a lot of the current work has left off. So I know that there's been a lot of current work done to date. Working with the Housing Authority on the Section 18 application to get the demo dispo process going, working with the city on the entitlements process and to get CEQA approvals. And we know that, we want to have a thoughtful process that, while we want it to be timely, we don't want it to be too rushed, because we want to ensure that all stakeholders' opinions have been heard, so that we can actually have expedited planning commission, city council approvals and CEQA approvals at the state level. And then immediately after that, we'll turn around and look at financing the phase one. I think when the RFP was released, phase one, the kind of primary purpose of the phase one is to build all the replacement public housing. So we would talk through how we're going to do that. Are there vacancies on site where folks can live in the units that are not in that phase one parcel? So we'll kind of go through those discussions. So, we want to move as quickly as possible. It's hard to give an exact timeline right now, but those are the types of discussions that we want to have with the Housing Authority and the city to ensure that the Section 18 process goes as quickly as possible and the entitlements process is as smooth as possible as well.
Okay, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, I actually was going to ask about the timeline as well, so thank you for clarifying that. But I also would like to ask, I know this is just providing the exclusive right to negotiate. So, but is there a worked out understanding yet as to how much rental, how much home ownership? And just as information, I think that we really, and I'll speak for myself, but my guess is that the council as a whole will agree, we really want this to be as affordable and, really affordable for low income, very low income residents as possible, and for rental as well as home ownership. We have both interests in the community. So is this not yet time to get that worked out, or could you give me an answer on that?
Sure. Nikki, do you want to answer, and then I can add in some thoughts?
Sure. So through this process, based on funding, will dictate what the different levels of what affordable will be attached to AMI, the area median income. Our goal is to make this a mixed income environment so that we don't perpetuate concentrated poverty. And from the homeownership standpoint, which RNHS will be supporting, it will be a matter of addressing all income levels. And the ownership models will dictate those AMI levels that will be addressed. So yes, those that are below 80%, 60% and lower, where it tends to be the low income households, will have to work through what those housing elements will be. And then of course, for those 80 to 120. And then from the rental standpoint, again, where those applications will suit those AMI levels, that will be the most important consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Beasley. Very much appreciated.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I just, first of all, I want to thank Deputy City Manager Chaza and the Housing Authority Director Nanette for the incredible work that you have been putting here. I also happy to see Nikki. I have heard a lot of great things about your work and the work that you do in Richmond. So glad that you are here in a new way of working with community. I think I want to follow up with what Councilwoman McLaughlin asked about how many units and how many, and I think I heard market rate and affordable, but what will be the public housing on that? And then my other question is the people who were living there or are living there will have first chance to return back, and how that will work. Because we want to make sure that we do this in a way that we don't displace our community from this. And my third question and my last questions, or more than a question, I think it's a comment, is I'm glad that Mr. Baines is here as well and talking about hiring, local hire, and what I want to see in the DA is a higher percent of local hire that we can achieve, because we need, I think this is the way that we also provide good jobs to our residents in Richmond. Thank you.
If I may go ahead and take the first pass at answering that, if that would be helpful. To follow up on the answer that was previously provided, Director Jimenez, so at this site, there's 4 blocks. We identify them, relatively speaking, as block A, B, C, and D. And so the way that we move forward with development is that we have a draft term sheet, and then that becomes the document that will become the ERNA. So the draft term sheet that the development team agreed to, and this is a starting point for our negotiations, and it can fluctuate depending on availability of financing. But the concept was that first they would do the 100 units of public housing on blocks A and B. So that's to replace the housing for the residents that live there now. Then additionally, thereafter, there would be 100 workforce rental units as well. And those could also be incorporated either on block A or B, or on just one of those blocks. And then additionally, 90 moderate income homeownership units on block C and D. So it's so we have a total of 4 blocks, and it says that phasing will be determined based on market and financing opportunities and the relocation plan. So all of the residents that live at Nystrom now will have the first right to remain on site. We're going through a number of due diligence right now, and we'll be working closely with HUD through the application process, because sometimes HUD provides us with vouchers so we can relocate people and move forward really expeditiously with construction. And sometimes HUD prefers us to do things in phases. And so that will depend on the results of the testing and the evaluation that is taking place. And so we're very much committed to moderate affordable housing that will meet the needs of the Richmond community and where Richmond residents have the first opportunity to live at this site.
Okay, Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes, well, my questions around the timeline as well as the number of affordable units have been addressed. I think I said it before, like my care for this particular community and development is very like personal, seeing as though I have family members and friends living in this area, as well as it being in the heart of the city of Richmond. So seeing as though this is one of those projects, one of those rare projects that I feel like we can all agree upon, with local hire being at the heart of it, a deep sense of community engagement, no use of city funds, mixed use development, affordable housing without concentrated poverty, with a proven developer who's been in Richmond before. I would like to move the motion. I'd like to make a motion to move the item. My apologies.
Well, we need to have public speakers, but we'll retain your motion and
Willis's second.
After we do public speakers, I'll ask for a second, okay? Any other council members have questions or comments? So do we have any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
We have hands raised. We have 4 hands raised. And just to remind everyone, this is item F1 under the Housing Authority. So if your hand is raised to speak under this item, please leave it up. Okay, so we have 2 speakers.
Okay.
Sabrina?
Stacey Cranston and Oscar Garcia and Vernon Whitmore. The first speaker is Stacey Cranston. You may begin. Stacey, please unmute yourself.
My apologies, I clicked the wrong button. Sorry, everyone.
You may begin, no problem. You may begin, you muted yourself again, Stacey.
She said she pushed the wrong button.
Okay.
She may not be speaking on this item.
Okay, all right. The next speaker is going to be Oscar Garcia. Oscar, you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia. I'm going to keep my comments short. Just want to show my support for this item. The development at this Nystrom development is much needed. I'm president of the Iron Triangle. We've gotten presentations in the past on this development, and the area is very excited for this project. So I just heard a motion in support of it, so I'll cut my comments at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see another hand raised out there. First name is Dante.
I see Vernon Whitmore. I don't see Dante at this point in time. Okay, Mr. Whitmore, you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Vernon Whitmore. I'm president of the Santa Fe Neighborhood Council. And we are happy also to see this project moving forward after many years of going to meetings. And I have worked with Mr. Baines in the past and in the city of Oakland. So looking forward to him and the team coming back to the city of Richmond. And we're looking for a great project. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
I see a hand raised from somebody named Dante.
Oh, on the panelist side. Dante Engel, are you wanting to speak or make comments on this item?
Yes, please.
You may proceed.
All right. So good evening, everyone. My name is Dante Miguel, and I work for Healthy Richmond. And I think it is a positive step forward that the RFP has gone through and a developer has been chosen for Nystrom. It's been a very long wait for improving the quality of life for those residents. And I think in the next steps, it is important to make sure that the resident leader recommendations that were documented in the Y Plan Nystrom Village Housing Project Policy Brief in 2019 which addressed ways to improve the quality of life for local residents, strategies to ensure economic sustainability, workforce development, and it also included what residents wanted to see in the future of Nystrom Village. I hope that it's used to inform the developer's draft plan for the site. And I'd also like to lift up concerns that I've heard from community members that is very vital to prevent the potential displacement of current residents during the development process. And lastly, moving forward, I hope that resident leaders of Nystrom will be able to partner with the city's planning department and city manager's office to ensure just and equitable transition housing, possibly through the current work of the city around drafting community benefits policy development. Thank you all. That's it.
Thank you. And I believe that is our last speaker. I do not see any more hands raised on either side.
Okay, all right, we had a motion from Vice Mayor Johnson. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second.
Oh, I
Okay.
guess, I think Melvin already did. If I could, Mr. Mayor, just
Sure.
a quick comment, just a thank you. I don't think I said it, to Deputy City Manager Shasa Curl and RHA Director Nanette Beecham and to the development team. I think we all are very excited about this project. And as Vice Mayor Johnson said, it's something that we likely all agree on, which is a wonderful thing for a change. So thank you.
Okay, I believe we're ready to do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
A definite yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
City Commissioner Scott, are you here? And she's absent. And Chair Butt.
Yes.
The vote motion passes with Lieutenant Commissioner Scott absent.
Thank you
Okay,
so much.
the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority is now adjourned. And we are transitioning into the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes, here. Next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict? Don't see any. Next item is agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Bates, yeah.
Yeah, I respectfully request that F2 be moved up after open forum, a report from the chief of police. There appears to be several individuals who want to speak, and I hope we can get them in a timely manner. So with that, I request that you move it up.
You want to move F2 to where? Or F? You want to move it where?
After open forum.
Well, it's before open forum right now, isn't it?
I think, excuse me, Mayor Butt, I believe he's referring to K2.
Oh,
Is
I'm
it K2?
sorry, K2.
Okay.
He's referring to what?
Identification.
Chief French's presentation.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we can, we can.
Item K2.
Okay, we can do that. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, I was gonna request if there is an issue with it to move K4 to after K2 in that case as well.
I4?
No, K4,
Okay.
the Castro homeless encampment issue.
Yeah, we can do that, sure. So F2, K4. Okay, any others?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Pam.
I'd just like to announce that, let's see, item I-13 has been withdrawn by staff from the consent calendar, I-13. And also the public hearing to rename South Street to Ethel Dotson South was inadvertently omitted from the agenda and will be continued on the September 28th agenda.
Okay, you said I-13 is withdrawn by staff.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, any other changes? Okay, next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
All right, there were no reportable actions from tonight's closed session.
Okay, next item is report from the city manager.
Evening, everyone. One reminder for everyone in the community, we still have mask mandates indoors everywhere per the county orders. And also the orders have changed again, and folks who are going to be visiting businesses indoors, including restaurants, anywhere that people eat and drink, gyms, fitness facilities, that type of thing, you are required to show proof of vaccination before you can enjoy those businesses. So please make sure that everyone is aware of that, and that the businesses are aware of that as you work in your neighborhood. If you are simply picking up food, you can do that without showing proof of vaccination from a restaurant. But if you'll be eating indoors, you and all of the people who work in that facility need to show proof of vaccination. And before I go to my second item, I believe I have a question, if I can take that, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Willis.
Thank you. I don't know if you were going to cover this in your second item, but I remember the last time we talked, we were talking about meeting again in person on around September 30th. So I was wondering if you had an update around that.
So I do have an update around that, and we'll be getting some more information in greater detail for you over the next couple of days. The governor's order does expire on September 30th. So those provisions do expire on September 30th. However, the state legislature did pass a bill that the governor signed that is a slightly modified version of how we might still be able to meet virtually. So we'll be following up with you about more particulars. There's going to be more work on our part, findings and all kinds of things to make sure that we remain in compliance if we want to keep meeting that way. And I'll be following up again with you with a variety of recommendations about how we might address that.
Okay.
So my second item then, Mayor, is I won't test your knowledge because I learned something new. Hopefully this is something you all already knew. City of Richmond has an official plant. I don't know who knew that, but we have an official plant. Who can name the official plant for the City of Richmond? Mayor?
The perennial purple tree collard.
That is exactly right. The purple tree collard. And so we are having a special event that incorporates that. And I'm really excited. The primary purpose of the event is actually, it's a community cleanup. So I really want to invite everybody to come to that. It's Sunday, September the 26th at 2 p.m. at Unity Park. And there's a variety of things happening with that community cleanup, including the Richmond Grows Seed Lending Library is participating. And it is co-sponsored with the City of Richmond and Urban Tilth. And as part of that program, we will be providing plant giveaways of Richmond's tree. So, or Richmond's plant, I should say. So if everyone can please come on Sunday, the 26th at 2 p.m. in Unity Park and help with that community cleanup, I think it's going to be a great event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item is abatement report from the Public Works Director. I'm sorry, recent crime report from the police chief. My mistake. Crime report's the next item.
Hello, Mayor and members of City Council. I'll be providing the crime report on behalf of Chief French, who had to step out briefly. So year to date, we've had 70 shooting incidents, 60 shooting victims, and 15 homicides. For the violent crime for September 14th through September 21st, 0 homicides, 4 assaults with a firearm, 6 firearm recoveries, 0 robberies, 3 domestic assaults, and 25 shot spotter activations. Our most significant recent shooting occurred on September 16th in the 4800 block of Valley View Road, where a drive-by shooting occurred at a shopping center, and a stray bullet struck a 16-year-old female who was working at a tea restaurant. Investigators believe the intended targets were a group of men who were standing in front of a nearby barbershop. The victim was transported to local trauma center where she was listed in stable condition, and we hope she'll be recovering well. Detectives are currently investigating active leads, and there's assault information that I can release at this time. A couple significant arrests occurred September 14th in the 500 block of Harbor Way. An officer conducted a traffic stop and arrested 2 subjects in a vehicle. They are carrying 2 firearms. Also on September 18th, another officer conducted a traffic stop at 23rd Street and Esmond Avenue. The vehicle was occupied by 5 young adults, and the officer recovered 3 firearms. And that is the end of my report.
Okay, any questions? Okay, moving on. Now it's time for our abatement report from the Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I do have a brief slide deck that KCRT will put up to kind of illustrate some work that has been done not only by the city, but some of our community partners. Let's see.
And while that's coming up,
happening. Yeah, so the focus of a pretty significant cleanup last week was Ryden Road. And between the efforts of quite a few folks, not quite here, between the efforts of not only city housing, code enforcement, police, fire, abatement, but also with some of our community partners, SOS Richmond. Again, for KCRT, this is a later item in the agenda. I think it's the dark one, the third one down. There we go. Yep. All right, now we're cooking. Next slide, please. So this was done September 16th of last week. A few of the before pictures. Next slide, please. Some concrete K-rails were put up once the cleanup was completed to kind of prevent perpetuation of additional both abandoned vehicles and other structures. We did remove 4.5 tons taken to landfill and a total of 4 truckloads. Next slide, please. And you can see some of the other efforts that were done associated with the endeavor. Next slide. And next slide, which I believe is the final one. And these are the partners associated with the effort. Again, Housing Consortium of the East Bay, both police and fire for the city of Richmond, County, Contra Costa County, CORE, which is the Coordinated Outreach Referral Engagement Team, as well as their mental health evaluation team, SOS Richmond. So it was quite a concerted effort. And as you can see, if you've driven by there in the last couple of days, it's a significant difference. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, the next item is open forum for public comment.
Okay, and just to remind the public that open forum is an opportunity for the public to make comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. And if you wish to speak on an item that is listed on the agenda, please wait for the item to be called for discussion. Also, as a reminder, please keep your comments respectful. And we do have several speakers, and Sabrina will call the speakers now. Thank you.
Okay, our first speaker is Oscar Garcia, followed by Don Gosney, Benjamin Terrio, St. Peter, Madeline Law, Tarnell Abbott, Dave, Mark Wasberg, Lisa Johnson, and Andres Soto. Don, you may begin. Don Gosney, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hang on a second, I'm trying to clear the screen. Give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry, your presentation covered my laptop. There we go. I'm glad to hear so many of you talking about securing good jobs for Richmond residents, because that's exactly what I'm bringing up right now. For 51 years, I've been a member of the Contra Costa Building Trades, and in particular, a proud member of the Plumbers and Steamfitters Local 342. This week, my union is taking signups to take the apprentice test to get into our training program. We don't expect any of our applicants to know anything about putting pipes together. We want people who have the ability to learn. We'll provide everything that an apprentice needs to learn how to make a great living as a steam fitter, plumber, welder, pipeliner, or an HVAC technician. We start apprentices out at about $48,000 per year and offer a 5% wage increase every 6 months for the full 5 years of the apprenticeship. Right now, a journeyman makes about $140,000 per year with about $88,000 per year worth of health care and pension benefits. You can almost live off that. The signups will continue through Friday from 8 a.m. till noon. I have a full packet with tons of information for anyone that reaches out to me. Time is short, though. Interested persons can email me at, and I'm going to repeat this, dongosney@comcast.net, 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 or reach out by phone at 510-685-2403, 685-2403. We're not offering jobs, we're offering careers. The offer has been made, but it's up to each of you to reach out and take advantage of the offer. It's the chance of a lifetime for Richmond residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Terrio. You may begin.
Good evening, Council. Ben Terrio, President of Richmond Police Officers Association. This afternoon, I sent all of you an email on behalf of the Richmond Police Officers Association, a letter explaining why all 34 officers and sergeants removed themselves from a promotional process. That's the first that's ever happened in the city's history. And for police, as far as police is concerned, probably it's occurred within the state of California. We have serious issues that occurred for this promotional process, and I encourage you to read the letter and understand why that occurred. It also hindered the ability of the police chief for her to run our organization effectively. And this is why having a functioning human resources department is so important and matters in the city of Richmond. So please take a look at the letter, understand why so many people basically pulled out of a process because the city of Richmond couldn't follow the MOU or the MMBA, which is required in the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is St. Peter. Please state your first and last name for the record. You may begin.
My name is Kara Braxton. I'm Myrtle Braxton's daughter. And actually today is her 94th birthday, so everyone can say hey for her. I'm calling about the recent outages with PG&E. To date, our outages have been, we've had 11 since January, 3 this month and 3 in July. And now they're saying it's weather, but it's mist and fog and dirt on power lines and power poles. And a lot of the power poles around Richmond have actually, a lot of them have caught on fire. So I'm just really over it because we've been without power for up to almost 36 hours at points. So we lost power yesterday, which was Monday. We lost power on Sunday for 5 hours. And then last week it was 14 hours, 14 and a half hours actually. And then in July, I do catering as well. And I lost a catering job because power was out for another 14 hours. Time before that, it was 12, and time before that, it was 36. So PG&E really needs to step up their game, and the city of Richmond, they all need to step up their game on making sure PG&E does the right thing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rodney Brown. You may begin.
I'd like to say good evening, everybody. This is Rodney Elmo Brown, Richmond native. I want to talk to you all about Soulful Softball Sunday and its return. October 17th is the tentative date at Nickel Park in Richmond, California. We will begin at 9 a.m. and proceed to 6 p.m. This year, we're going to do things a little different in honor of James Ruiz, who died recently of COVID in May. We're going to do a tournament in his honor with teams from Oakland, Richmond, Berkeley and San Francisco, respectively. We'll have what we call the Mayor's Cup Challenge. So we're asking London Breed, Mayor Tom Budd, Libby Schaff, and the mayor from Berkeley, Ariglia, to come on out and partake in the festivities. We'll also do a job fair with the union trades. Don Gosney, Eddie Espinoza, and all those guys will be out to take those who are interested in becoming a member of the union, as well as the painters unions as well. Also, we'll be giving out Halloween candy for the little kids who come on out. We'll be celebrating Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So those coming, we ask that you wear pink in honor of anybody who's been affected by breast cancer, who has been treated for breast cancer, and who has beat the battle with breast cancer. So those are the things that we're beginning to do as we're coming out of the COVID season. But we are asking everyone to please wear a mask and please be responsible and respectful of those who are sensitive to this disease, shall we say, or should we say this pandemic that has come around us. So we ask that you all come on out and partake in the festivities again, October 17th, 2021, Nickel Park at 9 a.m. in the beautiful city of Richmond, California. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Madeline Law. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. I just happened to catch the Housing Authority presentation for the Nystrom Village. I was very impressed with that presentation and very happy for the neighbors in the Nystrom neighborhood. But I'm really hoping that their project gets completed within 27 years. Miraflores has been sitting idle since 2006. That's in the south side of Richmond. It is located in the Park Plaza neighborhood. And I just wished we could have had the same support that the Nystrom neighborhood is receiving for the completion of our project. We have gone back and forth, not only with the city, but also with the contractors on due dates, when they're going to start, if they're going to start. And it's very disappointing and frustrating that we have a piece of land in our neighborhood that looks like a third world. Our neighborhood looks trashy. It hasn't been cleaned, the property hasn't been cleaned up. There's been no enforcement on making them clean it up. We've requested it and it hasn't happened. But I'm just saying, I hope that the Nystrom project and any other that is given to the city to be completed, it doesn't take 27 plus years to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I live in the city of Richmond. And the mayor, Mr. Butt, has been quoted in the press as saying that he cannot work with the city council or with the city management team, and therefore will not run for re-election in the future. And I would like to remind you, Mr. Butt, that the primary reason you remain on the minority on council has to do with your stance on developing Point Malati and the Zeneca site, also known as the Campus Bay project, two inappropriate developments on our north and south shoreline, respectively. The Zeneca, former Stauffer Chemical Company site, is an 86-acre toxic waste dump that you and your cohorts in the prior city council decided was okay to develop for residential housing on top of this without adequate cleanup to residential standards. And Point Malati, which was a publicly owned or is a publicly owned undeveloped headland on San Francisco Bay with no infrastructure, is destined to be destroyed for high-end condominiums by your plans. Now, you are perfectly capable of working with your city council and your management staff if you would stop trying to promote your own agenda, your own vision of what these inappropriate sites should be. You need to address your abilities as an architect to the core of the city and develop housing that people can afford where there is infrastructure.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dave. Dave, please state your last name for the record. You may begin.
Yes, I'm Dave Harris, Richmond resident. I'm on the Richmond Annex Neighborhood Council. I want to speak about item number K1, the parking signs. I would like to see, instead of permanent signs, I think I've mentioned this before, that I would like to see.
Excuse me, Dave. That item is coming up later in the agenda.
Okay.
You have to sign up to speak on that when it comes up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong time. Okay, thank you.
Right. The next speaker is Mark Wasberg. You may begin.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Eduardo Martinez and the RPA wants to legalize sideshows. This is the most stupidest thing I ever heard in my entire life or seen in my entire life. They want to set a special place for these criminals to come in there and race around, spin brodies, burn rubber, drink beer, do their drugs, and have a great time. Well, I got news for you, idiot Aguado. Law enforcement will not let you allow it. And plus the liability that's going to happen when somebody gets killed or injured. They're going to have a group of people out there committing crimes, and you guys are going to pass an agenda, ordinance, and allowing these people to be criminals. I said, you people are, Guado, you're the most idiot person I have ever seen in my entire life. You're just a moron. It'll never happen because law enforcement won't let you do it. Well, once you talk about the police, when you ask the police chief about it, once you legalize a place where they could do illegal drugs, how about murder? Have a place where they could have rape. Huh? Once you do that, Aguado, you're the most stupid fucking idiot I ever seen in my entire life. That's how dumb you really are in your RPA. And I'm going to tell you, people in Richmond, don't be surprised if they're going to pass an ordinance to let this happen. I mean, you guys must be smoking crack or something because you guys don't believe in no law. We all know that. But like I said, you people in Richmond need to go for a recall and get this idiot out of city government. The only reason why he's in city government on city council is the RPA. Without the RPA, he wouldn't be on the city council. So this is how stupid the whole thing is going to be. I yield my time.
Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. First, I wanted to address Director Leach's update in response to Councilmember Bates's agenda item request last week. Per Councilmember Bates' request, he asked for a report from staff on abatement needs and requests throughout the city of Richmond. We did not receive that tonight. What we received tonight was a single update on Ryden Road and nothing about the rest of the city. I think many in the city would like to understand why their sidewalks and medians are filled with weeds and 6-foot-tall mustard plants that have never been addressed all year. In the past, when I would submit requests to the city's app to have certain roads and sidewalks addressed, it would be fulfilled within a month. I've had one request that I submitted almost 4 months ago, and it still hasn't been addressed. To my knowledge, Public Works didn't undergo any staffing cuts. Thus, it would be helpful if the city and director could publish an active list so that residents would know when their streets, medians, and sidewalks would finally be addressed. Our city looks bad, and it doesn't attract new businesses or retain them, new residents or retain them, or provide business patrons. How is the city working with Caltrans to effectively put in prevention plans in place so that once they clean up a site on our exit on-ramp and on-ramps, that they stay clean? This is a whack-a-mole process right now, and it's not an efficient use of taxpayer money. And if Berkeley can do it, then I don't understand why Richmond can't. Lastly, I would like to respectfully request a consideration of an item for an upcoming meeting in October to have the county come and present to this city and to the public a full understanding and accounting of the resources that have been spent on homelessness and mental health issues throughout the districts and cities within those districts, and how that money has been appropriated on a per capita status. We need to understand this and know where the money is being spent. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker that I can see with their hand raised is Oscar Garcia. You may begin.
Hi, good evening. This is Oscar Garcia. I just wanted to comment on the huge increase in power outages this year in the city. I mean, I lived in Brazil for 4 years and often expected a power outage whenever there was a big storm. It seems like here in Richmond now, fog or, quote unquote unusual weather conditions can cause a pretty extended power outage and have a pretty big impact to huge parts of the city and to many residents who, without the electricity, have to figure out how they're going to eat dinner and how their children are going to do their homework and etc. So I do want or would like for the city to look into how PG&E can better serve its customers here in the city, as these recent power outages have really been centered here in the city. And so we're seeking your leadership to ensure that this gets addressed in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Nat Bates.
Unmute, Nat.
Thank you, Madam Clerk and Mr. Mayor. Having attained the longevity of 90 years of age, I really wanted to express my appreciation and acknowledge some of my great friends who have also joined me in the 90 age group. Willie Reed, who I went to school with, Charlie Freeman, 91, Willie 90. And also I just learned that Mrs. Merle Braxton reached that 90 plus years as well. So congratulations to all of them. And finally, to Betty Soskin Reed, who reached 100 thereabouts, and a great friend of mine, Clinton Hendricks, who on Saturday celebrated his 100th birthday. Longtime Richmond resident, now reside in Oakland. But a shout out to all of the senior citizens who have reached this longevity with the blessing of God. And we thank our friends and loved ones for celebrating this outstanding day with all of us. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
And it appears that we have one more speaker that jumped in there. Naomi Williams, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to say that Myrtle Braxton is, I just wanted to say that Myrtle Braxton is having Blues in the Park Sunday to help celebrate her 94th birthday. And it's going to be at 1 o'clock Sunday. She didn't say the ending time, so. Come out and enjoy her birthday. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar. Item I-13 has been withdrawn by staff. Everything else remains on it. Do I have a motion?
So move the consent calendar.
Okay, motion by Johnson, by Willis, second by Johnson.
There you
One
go.
quick comment, Mr. Mayor, before we vote.
Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to note that on the consent calendar, I-15 is to direct staff to contact PG&E and the California Public Utilities Commission to request that each of them make a presentation to the City Council in October or November to learn more about when and how they're going to fix our infrastructure so we don't have these repeated long-term outages. And I want to thank Kara Braxton for speaking out during open forum, and also Oscar Garcia on this issue. Very important. And I know that Trina Jackson Lincoln has already reached out to CPUC, and the city manager has already reached out to PG&E. So we will be having a presentation, and we want them to do better by Richmond. So that is one of the items that we're going to be approving when we approve the consent calendar.
Okay, so we have the motion and a second. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, so the next item we're going to take up is K2. Would you read that, please?
Yes. Item K2 under council as a whole is to receive an update regarding the Richmond Police Department's current approach to unauthorized sideshows, which includes education, outreach, and staff recommendation for additional tools necessary to deter and prevent unauthorized sideshows and provide direction to staff.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. I'm Shannon Moore. I hope you can all hear me. I'm a senior assistant city attorney in the city attorney's office. I'm here tonight with Captain Waye and community prosecutor Paul Graves. We're providing an update regarding the city's current approach to enforcement of unauthorized sideshows and to make some recommendations to deter and prevent future unauthorized sideshows. And with that, I'd like to turn this over to community prosecutor Paul Graves to discuss the current criminal enforcement practices. Paul.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Mr. Mayor, Council, privileged to be here. I'm going to start with just saying that this has nothing to do with politics or anything like that. I'm trying to give you an assessment of what I've seen. So since October of 2018, I have been assigned as the community prosecutor in Richmond. And I can tell you that along with sideshows and driving under the influence, I understand how impactful this is on the community. I really do. So just to give you a background on me and what I do at Richmond Police Department, I review all the misdemeanor cases in-house as part of the misdemeanor early resolution program. If I see a case that doesn't meet our filing requirements, I can then send it back to the officer for follow-up. And I'll tell you that Richmond police officers have been very responsive to any requests that I've made. I have identified two types of cases, particularly that I think impact the community since I've been there. Obviously, driving under the influence cases. I am blown away by the number of repeat offenders we have in Richmond, the number of crashes, but I've also been blown away by the number of sideshows. And so those cases I review, and if I think they meet our filing standard, I will send them to my office for filing. And I'd just like to highlight a particular case that we had recently where there was a gentleman spitting donuts in an intersection, lost control of his car, hit a parked car. The car was pushed into one of our community members and he was seriously injured. And I filed a felony case on that individual. The issue with me on increasing punishments or creating a municipal code ordinance to make it $1,000 fine, I'll tell the council, I think it's unnecessary. We currently have at our disposal vehicle code section 23103, and that is reckless driving, and it covers our sideshow activity. It has a mandatory 5 days in jail minimum, and a fine up to $1,000. The issue isn't with increasing punishments, because the truth is most of our sideshow people, they're not reading your municipal code. They're not reading the penal code. They are not looking at it as a, oh my gosh, Richmond increased their punishment. They're not going to do that. What we need to do is enforce and discourage them from doing it in our community. Not to offend anybody, but to bring it up as an example, because everybody knows the case. There was a Stanford rape case many years ago, and people were upset at the punishment. And so the state legislator decided, we're going to make it mandatory state prison, which it's not. It's still presumptive. But that doesn't deter people from doing that kind of conduct. What I've seen since 2018 on these cases is it's not a matter of Richmond Police Department not doing their job. I did an audit from 2020. It was late 2019 to 2020 of cases. And there were 16 cases that were provided to me for filing. Of those, 14 had a filing decision made. 4 of those, there was no complaint filed, which means my office decided not to file charges. I talked to the supervisor about a couple of those because I disagree with it, and those could still be filed within the statute of limitations. 3 of those resulted in pretrial diversion. 2 were reduced to an infraction and sent to traffic court, which is that's obviously something we can do at our office. And 5 resulted in misdemeanor filings. And I can tell you that's a high percentage of case resolutions that shows our office is trying very hard to take this seriously. But Captain Y is going to talk after me. And when you look at 16 cases presented to me versus the number of sideshows and reports of this occurring, it's not even close. So where's the holdup? Well, the problem is not with caring. It's not with punishment. It's not with the DA's office not willing to prosecute these cases. The truth is, the problem has to do with law enforcement agency that has a lack of manpower to deal with this situation, and they don't have the tools that will result in a successful prosecution. And again, I'm not being political. I'm just being honest with you about the situation. Because when we review a case to file a criminal charge on somebody, we're looking at whether or not we can prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. So somebody just saying that here's a license plate of a car doesn't solve the issue. We need to know who was driving. We need to know which cars were involved in this reckless driving or sideshow. We need to be able to have the manpower to locate and stop a vehicle shortly after the event occurs, because then we know who's driving. And if we can do that, we can make Richmond a place where nobody wants to come. And there are communities in Contra Costa County where you don't see sideshows because they know they will be caught if they go there. Some of the successful scenarios that I've seen in the last 3 years, obviously where an officer on views the reckless driving, we're in good shape. They see the car, they see him turning donuts at an intersection. But truth be told, with the staffing that we have at Richmond right now, that's like looking for a needle in a haystack. You're asking a small number of officers to be able to be at this intersection at the right time. It's not going to happen. We have the ability for our CCTV cameras, and we've had some successful prosecutions where a sworn or non-sworn is watching an intersection on CCTV and can radio to an officer the type of car, the make of car, and what they saw, and the officer can respond and locate the car shortly after the event. That can happen. We have a plethora of cases where a civilian will take a video, and maybe we can even see the license plate in that video. But there's 2 problems with that. It's after the fact. We don't know who was driving. We can figure out who the registered owner of the car was, but that doesn't mean that they were driving. I've got 2 kids of my own who are driving age. The cars are registered in my name. And so knowing the registered owner doesn't help. The second problem we have is that the community in and of themselves have to be committed to this cause. Because for an officer to arrest for reckless driving or any misdemeanor, it has to be committed in their presence. If they're not there, then the civilian who took the video, if the suspect is caught, has to do a citizen's arrest. They have to. That's the law. And so the officers are unable to do that if they don't see it in their presence. So my observations and my personal recommendations from what I've seen to help the DA's office, help you crack down on this, is we need enough officers to be able to respond. A lot of these sideshows, I can tell you, you can go on social media and you'll know they'll be in Stockton, Sacramento, Vallejo, and then they're coming to Richmond. We just don't have enough officers to cover every intersection where it's going to happen. And when they do, they pop up. And as soon as officers respond, everybody takes off. CCTV cameras and having people monitoring them at our hot intersections, to me, is huge. They can tell us there's a white Dodge Charger or a blue Nissan that was doing donuts or doing the sideshow, and the officers responding as they break up and people start leaving know what car they're looking for. And we don't have that right now. I would also say that license plate readers, I know it's a hot topic, but let me tell you, if you got a white Dodge Charger that is fleeing eastbound on McDonald and we have a license plate reader, we can get that license plate and we have an investigative lead. We can. I know Captain YA is going to talk about some other tools that they have, and I don't want to go into that. But what we're really looking at is, can we identify the conduct? Can we identify the perpetrator? And just to tell me that there's a sideshow that occurred is not going to result in a filing. We need to know the car, who was driving, and what they did. And the videos I've had from CCTV cameras are devastating to those people that have been caught on video. There's no way out. So in my opinion, this is not an issue of people caring. I understand the council cares. I understand the people in the community care tremendously. We've had people help with cell phone videos and showing us. But if they're not willing to do a citizen's arrest, we are handcuffing our law enforcement. It's really an issue of resources. And if you want to crack down on this, think about it. How many people in California are going to read your municipal code and say, oh, it's $1,000 fine there? They're not going to care. But I tell you what, they do a sideshow here in Richmond and 30 people show up and 25 people get arrested and 25 cars get seized. The word gets out on social media, don't do this in Richmond. And to do that, you have to commit to the technology. You have to give Richmond Police Department their resources. And I can assure you, my office is committed to filing these cases. We're out here in the community. I get it. It's a big problem. I don't want my family, my friends, anybody to be hit by a reckless driver doing one of these sideshows. And with that, we've also talked, I know Shannon and I have talked about the idea of citing spectators. We have the same issue. If nobody is watching CCTV video and telling us who the spectators are, who's actively participating, we run the risk of our average citizen walking around the neighborhood going, hey, what's everybody looking at? And they just so happen to be the one at the police site. We all agree that that's not what we should be doing. But a municipal code violation or a citation is not going to help. I can assure you this, under the law, anybody who aids and abets reckless driving, and by aiding and abetting, I mean aids, promotes, encourages, or facilitates the commission of the act, is just as guilty as the person who committed the act. Encouraging these sideshows can be easy to prove if we have the resources to monitor social media, to view CCTV and see who's out there actually encouraging. We can prosecute them under the same section, Vehicle Code Section 23103. So my suggestion or my statement to the council is, instead of increasing punishments, let's give Richmond Police Department the tools they need if we're serious about this, because our offices and I know they are, and I know they're committed to it, and they will actually end the problem. But talking about it, increasing punishments, I will guarantee you, is not going to end the problem. Thank you so much for your time. If anybody has any questions for me before I cede to Captain YA, please ask me your questions. I gave you a lot of information.
You're muted, Mr.
You're
Mayor.
mute.
Sorry, Councilmember Bates and then Councilmember Willis.
Well, thanks for the report. Not surprising. My question has to do with, while I agree that certain types of punishment have little effect, but when you confiscate a car for 6 months or whatever, that has a more deterrent effect than giving a person a $500 fine. And I want to know why are there laws at the district attorney level and the courts level that a violation and a conviction can, in fact, result in the confiscation of a vehicle?
So I agree with you, and it can result in the confiscation, but we're back to the same issues that I was talking about. Just because we think a car may have been involved in a sideshow, we can't seize their vehicle. If we can prove it is, we will. And the truth is, with any of these punishments, you are correct, Councilman Bates, that the court's going to look at ability to pay. They're going to look at a lot of different things in terms of punishment. This is not going to be a one size fits all. But yes, if we take their cars, that is a huge deterrent. But we still need the tools to be able to know which cars were involved in the criminal violation.
Well, you got cameras, and I agree with you that cameras are very valuable. But at the same time, I hear not a solution to the problem, but a ducking of the issue as to what is it other than additional police that we can do to effectively curtail this lawless behavior. Spikes. In other words, let me back up. If that was a murder associated with something like this, your whole attitude would be a completely different. Even though you didn't have the visibility of the person, but the investigative techniques that you would have would be quite different in solving a murder, a more serious crime. So it seems like to me, because they're doing the car spinning and everything, the importance of that negative action does not parallel with a more serious violation. And in my opinion, you could have a serious violation where someone got killed or hurt. I don't understand.
Well, sir, I respect your opinion, and I actually was the head of the homicide unit in this office, and I disagree because I treat every case the same. And when you talk about investigative techniques, what we're left with when it comes to sideshows is, did somebody see it? What car was involved? Who was driving? It's that simple. And if we don't have the ability to apprehend the person right after the sideshow, if we don't know who was driving, and if we have no witness that'll come forward and agree that they saw this reckless driving, whether it's a murder or a reckless driving, we cannot proceed. So what I'm telling you is to think about what can we do as a community to give the officers the ability to identify and arrest the responsible individuals. And Captain YA is going to speak to some of Richmond Police Department's suggestions on what they think would help them. And I don't want to step on their toes, but from a prosecutorial standpoint, if you tell me a white Dodge with this license plate number was involved in a sideshow, it does not help me. I can convict the white Dodge of being in a sideshow, but I cannot hold anybody accountable for that car unless I know who was driving.
Well, I don't want to be argumentative, but I know for a fact, if it was a murder, the first thing you would do is to get the fingerprints on that car. That would identify who was in that car and who was driving it. You didn't, but in this case, the fingerprints have no evidence, evidential matter, because it's not something that you want to do. You want to see physically the person, even though you got television cameras that give a glimpse of a vision to some degree of the person. But I'm not going to be argumentative. We have a difference of opinion. And my point is that there is not enough priority from the district attorney's office to come in and do it. But you do it out in Stockton, you do it in other parts of it, but in the minority community, and in particular in Richmond, there seems to be a lack of respect for protecting our citizenry. You don't see it in Walnut Creek. You don't see it in Dublin. I guarantee you that it's a different response to those communities than it is to Richmond. So that's my argument.
You know what? You're entitled to your opinion, and I'll tell you this much. I know Stockton Police Department, and I know Alameda, and they have a task force that the council has invested with doing this and gave them the tools to go out and do this. If the council gives us the tools, I guarantee you Richmond Police Department will go do this. When it comes to Walnut Creek, you're right. They don't have sideshows. Why? They have license plate readers, they have cameras, and they have law enforcement staffed to the ability that if you go down there, you're not getting out of Walnut Creek. And I'm not trying to argue with you, but if you give me a car that is registered in my name, that my son takes to a sideshow, and you go do fingerprints, you're going to find my fingerprints, you're going to find my son's fingerprints in that car, you're going to find my wife's fingerprints in that car. It doesn't necessarily solve the issue. Even our CCTV cameras, we're lucky if we get a license plate out of it. But if you couple that with license plate readers, and I can get that license plate, I think we will actually go and do what you want done.
So we have a variety of things that we are doing in Richmond, and I'd like to ask Captain Waye to address some of those, please.
Councilor Willis had a question, then let's go to Captain Wally, okay? Go ahead, Mel.
Yeah, in the presentation, I guess I only have a couple of questions. You indicated that part of it too was getting citizens to be committed and do a citizen's arrest. Basically, what does that scenario look like if there's a citizens watching and are thinking, oh, this is the time to do a citizen's arrest? Like, what tools should that person know to keep themselves safe, but also at the same time not engage in any self-righteous vigilanteism either? Because that's my concern when I hear that too, safety and somebody thinking they have authority. Now I want to use it to the fullest extent that they can.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I think that's a really good point. I am not encouraging civilians to go out and actually physically arrest. What the process looks like is if they take a video and they identify a car or a license plate and the police actually pull over that car, the police then will contact the citizen and say, you on-viewed this? Are you willing to make a citizen's arrest? So my recommendation is this is always done through the police department, but the way the penal code's written, it requires the person who observed the misdemeanor in their presence to say, yes, I want to arrest this person. I am in no way advocating any citizen or civilian in Richmond to go try to go do an arrest. A citizen's arrest is very simply just a form that Richmond Police Department will give you that says, do you want to arrest this person who we believe is the suspect in the reckless driving? So that is a fantastic question. And I don't want anybody to misinterpret what I'm saying. I do not need people getting in cars and chasing after somebody and saying, I'm going to arrest you. That's not what it is. I can give you the simplest example is a petty theft at, say, Target. Loss prevention officers observe the theft. It's a misdemeanor. The police show up and say, will you make a citizen's arrest on them? And they say yes, and they sign a form, but the police handle all of the detention and arrest. So that's what it means. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, it does. I just wanted that additional clarity because just saying do a citizen's arrest kind of left it a bit ambiguous on what that actually looks like. Thank you. And I guess a 2-in-1 question, and then we can move on to other questions or Captain Wale. Has there been any effort in the DA's office to identify any of the facilitators of sideshow events and start a dialogue? And is there anything else that's being done in terms of like if you're capturing repeat offenders or even youth that might be involved in this, some sort of diversion program to go with that education so they can actually understand the actions that they're taking, how dangerous it could be and what it could lead to try to prevent them from doing that? Because I feel like what you were saying too on the increased punishment thing, I also feel like that's not really going to faze somebody. If anything, some folks might take it as a challenge or might take it as a, well, I've already messed up now, so whatever. Instead, I'm trying to get people to feel invested in the safety of the community and the neighborhoods around them to not do it again. So has any of those things that I mentioned happened at all?
When you talk, so I agree with you on the punishment thing. To me is more like I don't think they even know. I don't think people who do this crime even know. When it comes to juveniles, I can't give you specific answers because they're juveniles and they're blocked off from the rest of the office. We have plenty of juvenile programs to deal with this, but I don't see the juvenile cases. So when it comes to adults who are repeat offenders, what I have is a spreadsheet. So I know everybody since October 2018 that I've reviewed a report on. And maybe the first report, we're like, it was diversion, but I see that they got a second one after that diversion, and I can alert my office that this is the second time they've done it. And I know it's not an answer to your question, sir, but when it comes to juveniles, that's a completely different division of the office. I don't even review the juvenile cases that come out of Richmond. Even though I've been a prosecutor for 25 years, we wall those cases off and they go straight to juvenile. But what I do know is my office has been very proactive in a bunch of different diversion programs like that to educate on the consequences of their crime and hopefully keep them from reoffending in the future.
And I guess the final thing that I didn't hear get touched on is any chance that your office has identified like the facilitator of sideshow events and had any conversations with them at all by chance, or that hasn't even been on the radar so far?
So, well, no, it's always on the radar. Understanding that I'm a community prosecutor in Richmond, so I've been devoted for the last 3 years to Richmond only. My contact is with the supervisor at the Richmond District Attorney's Office, and we have had conversations about this issue. When you talk about a county-wide, I think it's something that we can all agree we should do. I don't believe those conversations has occurred, but I don't want to speak for the entire office. We're still talking about manpower. And I can tell you, you can know from social media when they're coming. I don't know where they're going to be, and I don't know what they're going to do or what intersection. But unless we have the resources and the officers available to do something with that information, a lot of agencies like Oakley are in the same position Richmond's in right now.
Thank you.
Captain Wyatt, if I may step in here for a moment, can you touch on kind of what the police department is currently doing, tools that they're using, and then also the regional collaboration piece that is taking place?
I would, but I think there's other questions from our council members.
Councilmember Jimenez, you want to ask a question now, or you want to wait till Captain Wally gets done?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Captain Willett in terms of that the citizen arrest. How often residents do that or help with that in the city of Richmond with the RPD? In any different case? I just wanted to see how often Richmond residents has been willing to collaborate and give information or make citizen arrests.
If I understand you, Councilwoman, you're
No, it's for Captain Wellet.
I would, this is what I would honestly say, having been a prosecutor in this county for, actually it's 26 years now. I'd say Richmond has one of the lowest percentages of individuals willing to make a citizen's arrest than in other areas of the county. That's something that we need to educate on, we need to communicate with, but that has been my experience over the years. A lot of people are willing to say, here's what I saw, but I'm going to remain anonymous and I don't want to be involved. And that's the truth.
Thank you.
Okay, Captain Wally, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm going to back this up a little bit more. I wanted us to kind of get a grasp of what sideshows are and reckless driving. I don't think a lot of people are really clear on that. So a couple of years ago, we were classifying everything as a sideshow. Then we found out there's a difference between a sideshow where you have a couple cars blocking the intersection for spectators to do donuts in the intersection versus a single person doing donuts in the intersection. And after we started classifying these two different types of events, we found out that year to date, we've had 74 reported sideshows in the city, and some of them involving up to 50 to 100 cars. And as far as single cars doing donuts in the intersection, it was about 224 cars years to date. So it's definitely a big problem. Some of the current tools, everything that DA Grace spoke about, it's not a Richmond problem. It's really a regional problem. So we collaborate with a lot of local agencies through the Northern California Regional Information Center. It's like the Fusion Center for Northern California. They'll host meetings regarding sideshows where I participate in. And with the exception of Oakland and San Francisco Police Department, just about every other agency would like to have a task force. They would like to have designated teams to go out there and work sideshows, but unfortunately they don't. So they work with what they have, and that's pretty much what our approach is. So earlier this year, I believe, we had gone to City Council. We actually requested tire deflation devices, and those were to stop police pursuits. We only chase violent felons and people that we reasonably are armed with firearms. So therefore, we asked for tire deflation devices, something that we're going to be using now that we have all our officer training tire deflation devices. We're going to be using those in sideshows. Not only will they allow us to prevent a fleeing car that's spinning donuts from fleeing, it also prevent us to deny in areas. We know certain areas like on Canal Boulevard up in the mall, we can lay out the spike strips just to prevent cars from going in those areas. One thing that our traffic unit had been doing in the past year are seizure warrants. Now, when an officer views a car spinning donuts, our traffic unit has the ability to write a seizure warrant, which is a court order that will allow us to seize the car for up to 30 days. Because our traffic unit is now down to half, what we're doing is we're training individual officers to do that so they could write their own seizure orders. So that's a tool that we're currently using. Some things that we'll be bringing before you in the near future is we've also identified GPS tagging technology. A couple agencies, San Pablo and Antioch Police Department, they have GPS trackers on some of their patrol vehicles that will it'll launch a GPS device onto a fleeing vehicle, and they can track the car and therefore avoid a pursuit. What we'll be looking for is some GPS launchers that are actually handheld. So whenever we respond to a sideshow, it's like launching a sticky can. It's air pressurized. It's like it's a GPS that will land on the car. We'll be able to track the car in the sea of 500 cars. That way we can actually keep track of the car that was spinning donuts and take enforcement action. License plate reader, something that we've been talking about for quite a while now, and we're still working on the direction to find a vendor that isn't aligned with our resolutions to protect our immigrant community. So that's something that we're still working on. We'll be bringing forth before City Council. Now, as you all, I'm sure know, we currently have a CCTV program in our city, but unfortunately, we don't actually have any people that are live monitoring the cameras. The cameras were previously monitored by retired police officers. We had gone away from that model with the hope of we'd save some costs to upgrade the system. Unfortunately, we lost the funding to do that, but that's something that we'll be bringing forward proposals in the near future too. As DA Grace has spoke about, the challenge with sideshows is a misdemeanor that's not committed in our presence. Now, if we had a civilian monitoring the cameras, they could notify our watch commander or station sergeant that there's something going on. They could actually view it on the screen, and that would let us meet that requirement of them misdemeanor not committed in our presence. So those are some things that we're working on. Also, as far as staffing levels, as our staffing levels increase, we're going to be looking to putting our investigation unit. That's what something they used to do, not only just for sideshows, but all types of crime. They would actually look on the internet, look on open source sites, and try to build some intelligence. That's something that we're looking forward to doing again, having the time to look on some of these racer sites and trying to find out who these racers are, when they're coming to our city, and also be able to share that with our other agencies. As far as staffing levels, as they increase, it'll just allow us to get to the calls faster. The recent sideshow that we had on Valley View, we have officers come from downtown to get up to the hill. By the time they got up there, the sideshow had already ended, so they're only able to see the cars as they're leaving the area. So that's a challenge. And also for the investigative follow-up for the seizure orders, once we write the order, it's going to be up to us to find the vehicle or to ask a neighboring agency to, hey, go look for the vehicle. But it's really likely that they only drive by one time by the house to see if it's maybe there. In the past, what we've had our detectives, when they're out there doing investigations, we would tell them, hey, there's also a seizure order for this car in the city. And if they're in Fairfield or Berkeley, they'd drive by to see if the car's there and then seize the vehicle. So those are some of the challenges that we're dealing with. And those are some of the proposals that we will be bringing forward in the future, obviously with your input. So if there's any questions, I'll take them now.
I see, Councilmember Laughlin has her hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Captain Wally. A question. There, as you mentioned, there was this horrible situation at the El Sobrani Valley area over the weekend. I actually was in that area just briefly and saw a lot of cars, but didn't see anything beyond that. I was there for another reason, so I don't know if it was at the same time. But a lot of residents, as I'm sure all of us on the council can attest to, have been emailing us and requesting that we utilize, as is utilized in Oakland, what's called bot stops. And so has RPD or has the city in general considered, I don't know whether that might be under Public Works, but does RPD have a position on that? If it's successful in Oakland, maybe it could be very useful for us as well.
Well, I know that our stance for a long time is that we can't police our way out of a lot of issues. If we can engineer our way out of it with roundabouts, any type of bot stops, something like that, that would be ideal. Definitely be more cost effective too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Bates.
Thank you, Captain. And speaking with the chief, she indicated that there was some additional, I guess, suggestions that would eventually be made to help alleviate this problem. She's not here. So my question is, are there particular locations that seem to be more attractive? I know the Hilltop has a few areas and Valley View has a couple. I think one is the street has to be wide enough for them to be able to maneuver. So I'm just questioning, have we identified where most likely these individuals will use these sideshows in the city?
So, and that again goes back to sideshows versus reckless driving. Reckless driving is pretty much throughout the city, pretty evenly dispersed, although we do have some hot spots like on Canal, up in Hilltop, Markovich Lane. So we do know where those are. Every call that comes in for reckless driving, a car spinning a donut, we have the ability to map. And there they are for the most part, dispersed throughout the city. A lot in Beat 7 or the North and East neighborhood. So we do know, and unfortunately we can't put a roundabout in every intersection. So the key is to get there as quickly as possible to be able to on view the car and then take enforcement action.
Well, would it not be an advantage to have TV monitors in these so-called favorite locations, so that once it occur that we can be more quick to respond?
Yes, and that's a part of our of wanting to redo our CCTV program. It's several years old. Cameras are old and they're fixed. What we like to do is actually have the ability to do more mobile cameras, so we could actually move them throughout the city, not only for hotspots but also for public dumping, any kind of crime hotspots. We can move them around the city to be able to have a better view on those crime hotspot areas.
Well, my last concern, Mr. Mayor and Council, I would hopefully request that we place this back on the agenda in a couple weeks with the captain and the chief to come forward with a financial needs that will hopefully alleviate and stop a lot of these sideshows, and then we can deal with some of the other issues. But at this point, we had an incident, as I recall, in El Sobrante that individual came forward with a rifle. Were you aware of that, Captain?
Yes, that's still under investigation, but we believe that was actually a homeowner that came out to fire off some rounds to disperse the site.
Yeah. Well, you see, we get in a situation, someone gonna get hurt or killed if we don't take positive action as soon as possible. So anyway, that's my concluding comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Captain, for your presentation.
Councilor Willis.
Thank you. I'll echo, I was going to say this later on, but I'll echo the other strategies like roundabouts or speed bumps. I know for a while, for years actually, Hilltop has been talking about not sideshows, sideshows, but donuts happening in the neighborhood and figuring out different areas to get roundabouts. And for some reason within the city, there's an issue to get that done. So I want to put that out there as a potential strategy as well. But the question that I want to get clarification from you on, Captain Wale, you mentioned that there may be an ability or said something to the effect about having citizens do oversight over the CTV cameras. Would you be able to elaborate on what that looks like, or what may be some of the preliminary thoughts around that?
Yeah, we had actually completed the classification for a new CCTV monitoring position. It used to be retired officers. Now we're looking for security guards that have experience in monitoring CCTV cameras. Definitely more cost effective. We thought at the time that we could use the cost savings to upgrade our system, expand our system. But then unfortunately COVID hit and it kind of all went to the side.
Well, I'd be interested in any updates around that, or seeing if there's a way to, even if it's not a security guard, but even if it is citizens that may be interested, and we just need to get them trained and sign the proper legal paperwork to make sure that they don't misuse any information they do. But that might be something just to think about, just seeing like, how do we get community members, especially with the amount that are concerned about donuts happening in the neighborhood, involved to be a part of the solution too and help out in the effort. Because I've been hearing folks, and I've actually remember hearing like a donut actually the other day during last week's city council meeting, and my door was open and I could hear it from down the street. So any way that we can be innovative in trying to get people to monitor it and be cost effective and involve the community, I would personally want to explore that more. And thank you. That's all the comments and questions I had.
Councilmember Willis, you're suggesting volunteers, correct? Not just a civilianized position, but volunteers. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, volunteer, part-time, full-time employee that's like a non-sworn, or even security guards, like something to that effect.
Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, and as is in the staff report, Chief Wrench and Captain Way will be coming back over the next weeks and months with some requested help from the council, because there are a variety of ideas to strengthen the program that they're already doing. So that is something that we already plan on coming back with over a series of meetings between now and the end of the calendar year.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to, I think like also one additional thing that I would like to see, because yeah, these are ideas that could help us in some ways, but at the end of the day, what our community wants is that not only to follow after that, but it really prevent it from happening. So idea is to be more creative about ideas of how in these intersections that are happening more, how we how we can have solutions that, as you say, are more cost effective in terms of engineering. So we have been discussing, and Councilwoman McLaughlin and I had been part of the conversations about the safety road plan for the city of Richmond, and there are some ideas there also that could also prevent these sideshows for actually happen and discourage them to be, because then it will be more engineering things that can be blocked and then won't happen there. So I just also, as you are thinking about that with Chief French, that we would like to see other solution that in the long term, not only we are chasing over the people who are doing that, but actually just prevent it from happening, because we have other creative solutions that enhance that public safety, enhance street safety, and potentially can beautify the city in some ways. And then the other part is when I heard that there is a lower percent of the city of the residents in not reporting to the police. I think it's also like that work that is continue and need to continue to happen to make sure that the police rebuild and continue to build the trust, so we can have more citizens supporting the police in many ways. But it seems that in this moment is according to the DA is a low percentage, and we need to question ourselves, why is that? So thank you, and looking forward to have more conversation and see more solutions, because this is something that we need to address. I am a mom of 2 kids, and I don't want I want this to stop, because what I am thinking about is that nobody is going to give me back the life of my kids if they get hit by some show like that, or reckless driver. So before that, I always thinking about how we prevent that from happening, instead of like just chasing the people who did it. So that is kind of like how, and we need to also think about in the long term how we address this. So thank you.
And thank you very much for acknowledging that that public safety is a shared responsibility, and a lot of times people forget that. So I really appreciate you bringing that up. Councilmember
Martinez.
Yeah, just anecdotally, today, I saw 10 people run a red light just in one day today. So I wouldn't expect a policeman to be at every single place where someone ran a red light. There's, there's all kinds of poor driving on the behalf of our citizens, and I think we need to educate the public on their civic responsibility to drive safely. If you, Officer Wally, if you look at the map behind you, you can see how spread out Richmond is with that big donut hole in the center. And I understand how difficult it is for officers to be everywhere at the same time. It's impossible. You can't. You know, even if we increased our staff by 20 people, you could still not be everywhere at the same time. But I do think that we need to look at alternative measures. I know that I made a right-hand turn at a red light. I didn't see the sign that said that I couldn't do it. I got a ticket for it because there was a camera there. Even though the camera didn't take a picture of me, my car got the ticket and I had to pay for it. So I was wondering whether or not people who went to sideshows, if there was evidence that their car was doing the donuts, whether or not instead of citing the person, you could cite the car.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Paul's, if you're still on the line, if you're familiar with that law regarding camera citations or not. But
I'm still online, and I can tell you for a reckless driving, no, absolutely not. And the camera thing for traffic violations, I know they tried that in San Francisco, and sir, I don't know your specific issue, and I'm not going to create a big legal conundrum here, but I know that that has been litigated over and over again. Can you actually send me a ticket just because of my car if you can't see me in there? Not addressing your situation directly, but when it comes to reckless driving, it's not going to be a prosecutable case to prosecute a car. Whether we can tow the car or whether we know the registered owner knew somebody's going to be involved in the sideshow, that's a different story. But in terms of criminal responsibility, we need to know who was the one responsible for that reckless driving.
Okay, well, I commend the idea of creating roundabouts. I've seen roundabouts that are actually very attractive, and roundabouts stay there. So I think that's a direction that we should consider as a city. Thank you.
Okay, I had a couple of questions. Captain Wally, in the staff report, I think maybe you mentioned it too. You mentioned the subject of license plate readers. Does the city RPD still use license plate readers?
No, we do not. We were directed to come back with a vendor that was in compliance with the resolutions against sharing information with ICE, and we're still in that process.
Okay, so I just want to summarize some of what I've heard tonight, both from Mr. Graves and Captain Wally. You know, over and over again, we've heard that one of the problems is manpower or woman power. You know, we simply don't have enough officers on the street. I heard that the traffic unit was down by 1/2. I heard that we used to have a CCTV program, but it's no longer in our budget. The city council took away the license plate readers. We talked about trying to track down the facilitators, but that takes manpower. We don't have the manpower. So I think what we're hearing tonight is that we have a very serious problem, but our city council is taking away all the tools that our police department has to deal with it. So, you know, at the end of the day, what do you expect? You know, you take the police department, you defund them, you tie one hand behind their back, and then you complain because they can't enforce the law. So, you know, you can't have it both ways. So if there's nothing else, we'll go to public speakers.
We do have public speakers, and I'm going to turn it over to Sabrina to call the public speakers. Thank you.
The 9 public speakers tonight for this item are Sohail Yabana, Mark Wasberg, Dave, Benjamin Terrio, Lisa Johnson, Steve Bischoff, Bouquet Fong Bufa, Karen Peterson, and Don Gosney. Sohail Yabana, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Sohaila Bano. I live in El Sobrante Hills. This is a huge issue for us. Thank you, Council Member Bates, for bringing it into the agenda. And thank you, Council Member McLaughlin, for talking about bot stats. We seriously need it. I don't think if it's a long-term solution, we need to do it as soon as possible. People who live there, one of the neighbors wrote to me, she has a 7-year-old daughter. The other one has 2 young children. As Council Member Jimenez said, it's a serious issue. It needs a very short-term, immediate solution. I'm an engineer. I worked for the government. I know finding the vendor for the bot stats may take time until you approve the budget, may take weeks. The neighbors have gotten together, discussed different solutions. Another solution is roundabout. We can have a temporary roundabout that is having heavy concrete planters at the centers, because sideshows happen at very wide intersections. We can plant them they're removable. Once we have the permanent solution, we can remove them. But temporarily, as soon as possible, we can have those concrete planters there. We do have volunteers who have volunteered to maintain the planters, take care of them. Just leave them there. We'll take care of the rest. We need a solution as soon as possible, please. It's quick, it's efficient, and it's going to be beautiful. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And we urge you to please take an action. Do not wait for future reports, future discussions. Just take immediate action, find a solution for this. People live there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasper. You may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
I want law enforcement to comment on Aguado's remarks about him having a place where people could do sideshows. I want people to call me a liar if Aguado didn't say it. You're encouraging these people to do sideshows, Aguado. That makes you guilty, don't it? I want you to tell the public what you said. I want to find that tape on the city council meeting. This is getting ridiculous. Now, any car that's involved in a crime, a hit and run, murder, or anything, and somebody takes a picture of that car, and if the driver bails out or runs away or gets away, law enforcement has every right to tow that car. And they're going to take prints and they're going to find who was driving that car. And they're going to question everybody who was driving that car. And sooner or later, you're going to get caught. Now, law enforcement needs to really start cracking down these license plates readers. It was Gail McLaughlin and her cronies on the RPA who stopped the Richmond PD for dealing with ICE because she wanted the illegal immigrants to be criminals and live here illegally so they could break the law. It was right on the city council meeting. Everybody knows what McLaughlin did, ordered the police chief not to deal with ICE. See, this is why they're not doing the license plate readers, because they don't want their little illegal immigrants to get deported and go back to Mexico. You see, this is what the city council's doing. They're favoring these people to be criminals. First, they complain about the sideshows, but they don't want to do anything to stop it. This show is just a bunch of hypocrites. And I'm going to find that tape, Aguado, and I'm going to show it. I'm going to put it on the internet and show how two-faced you really are. You are really idiot. First, you favor these sideshows, and then you're over there condemning the sideshows. I yield my time.
Next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. You may begin.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. You know, I listened tonight and no one who is speaking is actually dealing with this problem on the ground level. And I do want to give a shout out to Melvin because he's actually seen this stuff, and I know because we've talked about it one-on-one. So he knows how bad it is from a council perspective. But no one giving the presentation has in recent time actually been a part of dealing with the enforcement of these sideshows. You as a council, as a body, need to provide us, the police department, with the ability to go after these people legally, to have the CCTV resources so that we can prosecute these people or find out who's involved with this and let us tow these cars, let us deal with this issue. While many problems that you can't just deal with on an enforcement issue, alone, this is an issue that if you start towing people's cars and showing that Richmond is not the place to come do this crazy activity in, it's a dangerous activity. People have been hurt, cops have been hurt, and it's just unacceptable. And we can't allow this to continue. And so you as a governmental body need to provide us with the resources, the community resources, so that we can address this problem. And quite frankly, that just hasn't been done. And that's what we're asking for. And that's what the citizens and the residents are asking for, no matter where they're at in the city. And it's time for this council to step up and deal with that. And it's not just going to be one thing or this, it's going to be, cumulative. It's not just going to be bots, dots. It's not just going to be the CCTV. It has to be the whole thing. So that's what we need. And if you give us the resources to do it, your cops and the citizens will do the job. But if you don't, then don't expect a different result. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. You may begin.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I fully support everything that Attorney Graves and Captain Wyatt outlined and requested, including additional officers, cameras with community monitors, and license plate readers. Those cameras could also be used to catch illegal dumpers, which are rampant throughout our city. Neighborhoods would likely be more than happy to help provide CCT monitors and could be presented at the RNCC and individual neighborhood councils to get their support. There are serious hotspots throughout the city, including Canal Boulevard going out to the port and Hilltop. The various tools that Captain YA and Attorney Graves discussed are much needed. I would also like for Captain YA to clarify that dot bots and roundabouts are simply not necessarily going to work in all areas, and in fact may be inappropriate in some. The entire length of Canal Boulevard has turned into a daily racetrack with more than 10 sideshow and donut hotspots in a 1 to 2 mile stretch of road. You cannot dot bot or roundabout your way out of this mess. It's just like at Hilltop. Canal has multiple fuel trucks and car transportation trucks that use it daily throughout the day and evening. Those dot bots will not survive, and roundabouts are a no-go for this high throughput transportation corridor. We need to and must send a strong message that this won't be tolerated in Richmond. Enough is enough. It doesn't help when Council members Martinez and Johnson publicly spoke on the dais on July 22nd to say that we don't have enough ways to entertain our youth and that we should instead build a race park to encourage this type of activity in someone else's backyard but their own. Councilmember Martinez should also be aware that on Sunday, when there was a power outage, our RPD officers had to respond to 50 burglary alarms, 4 of which were discovered businesses that had been burglarized. You can't expect RPD to be doing everything when you keep cutting their force. Enough is enough, and you can't have citizens going out there with a rifle and shooting off shots to break up a sideshow. We're going to get killed.
Thank you. Next speaker is Steve Bischoff. You may begin.
Okay, hopefully I'm unmuted.
Yes.
This has been a very, very good presentation. I think that the thing with this is it's one of those kind of things where you have to do several things at one time. One is you need more police officers. You need to begin to send the message out to people they can't come do this stuff. And you don't have enough officers to do that. Then at the same time, you could begin to work on some of the other alternatives we're talking about, including cameras of various kinds. And I must reflect that years ago, I was gotten on a San Francisco red light camera, and they took my picture and the car's picture. I paid up right away. You know, these things can work, and we could do a lot with that too, but we need to get the message out right away that you can't come here and do this stuff. You got to stop. So we need some more officers and other resources for the police department. We need to use our imagination. And I think there have been some great suggestions today about other kinds of things we might build in to stop this stuff. But you can't, you know, we're not going to do dot spots until people stop, you know, doing this stuff. It won't work. You got to have more than one approach to this stuff. And you guys can do something with that. So there will be a couple of presentations coming up, hopefully, and you'll get a chance to decide to invest some resources in this, I hope. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Don Gosney. You may begin. Please unmute yourself, Don.
I'm trying my best. Since this came before the council several weeks back, there has been a lot of social media chats about the council's reaction to what the public is saying is a major problem in Richmond. We even had people wonder if that council meeting was, in reality, some sort of comedy club act. Any idea of creating a place where illegal sideshows could be provided by the city to allow these illegal activities to occur really stoked the fires in the community. The council's reaction to illegal fireworks was equally laughable. As a neighbor who had a major fire in my backyard on January 2nd with more than $35,000 in damage when 2 fireworks landed in my backyard, like so many of my neighbors, when the council makes a suggestion that the city provide a location where illegal acts can be performed, scares the bejesus out of me. I really don't know if those council members were serious or whether they were making those suggestions in jest. Like the illegal fireworks, those illegal sideshows go unpunished because we've diverted funding from officers of the law to outhouses and sanitary facilities for our unhoused neighbors. When you don't have the police on the street, how can we expect anyone to catch these scofflaws and send to Mr. Graves for prosecution? Or will this council try to convince us that these illegal acts are not really illegal and we need to treat these scofflaws as persons with mental issues that need our compassion? I like hearing about some of the engineering solutions to preventing sideshows. We all know that this is dead in the water unless this council authorizes the funding to make it happen. And TV monitors sound like a great idea, but unless the city authorizes the funding for someone to watch the monitors, those cameras are of little value to solving the problem. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Peterson, followed by Garland Ellis, Oscar Garcia, and Naomi Williams. Karen, you may begin.
There we go. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Karen Peterson and I live up in May Valley. I was, I live close to where the sideshow happened this weekend. And I have a couple of questions for Paul Graves as far as legal questions that may be something to be considered. Would it be possible to change this, a law within the city of Richmond where currently people who are involved in sideshows and who are able to be convicted under the present laws of reckless driving, make a new law in which you could formulate a definition of a sideshow. And if someone is a participant in a sideshow, not under the reckless driving statute, if you're a participant in a sideshow, that in and of itself is illegal and you could be subject to arrest. Also, the other question I had is it possible to create a law or a statute that if a car is involved, no matter who is driving it, if a car is involved in sideshow activity and it can be verified on CCTV, that the city would be within their rights to seize the car and impound the car, and then the owner of the car would have the responsibility of getting it back. I think that if you start taking people's vehicles away from them, that will be a major deterrent in keeping people from coming to the sideshows. And if the city of Richmond can at least get the ability to seize these vehicles if they're seen on CCTV or if they're witnessed by someone in the neighborhood, I think that might make a difference. And I just wanted to get Paul Graves' reaction to that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Garland Ellis. Garland, you may begin.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Garland Ellis. I'm a resident of Richmond. 1 to 2 years ago, the City of Oakland had a defund the police project. It went forward. In the City of Oakland, gun crime and sideshows increased dramatically. Of course, the City Council heard many complaints. They then had to go back and try to rehire 50 officers to deal with the problem. They then were able to solve some of the problem and at least restrict some of the actions that were going on in their city. Social media knows where there are fewer police at. Everybody around knows there's fewer officers in Richmond. And so they know they can come here and get away with stuff. We need more police officers. the concept of roundabouts on many of the streets, as they have in Berkeley. There's one great deterrent from that. It drastically slows emergency response. That doesn't mean just stopping the vehicles that are causing problems, but the fire trucks, the ambulances, the police cars getting to a situation. You say, well, it doesn't really matter that much. 1 minute can make the difference between life and death in a police response or an emergency vehicle trying to get to a hospital. We need to think about all of our solutions all the way through. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Oscar Garcia. You may begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, and I just wanted to comment on a couple of things that were brought up as part of the sideshow discussion. I do believe or I do agree that there should be deterrents to ensure that Richmond's not a mecca for sideshows throughout the region. But I don't think there should be any type of sort of criminal action taken against these young individuals. So I think a deterrent such as perhaps taking a vehicle for a couple months or for a period of time is a much better approach than criminally charging anyone who is out, quote unquote, having fun with their friends. And I also would like for the city council to think about all the times they've driven throughout the city and seeing all of the donuts or burned rubber on the asphalt of the street. It looks horrible. And that's our, young kids looking at that and perhaps thinking that that's, what they deserve in the city that they live in. So let's think about, what our kids are seeing in the aftermaths of of these sideshows. They're seeing cities or streets in horrible condition, and that they don't deserve that. They deserve the same, their streets to be in the same shape as nearby cities. And so our city leaders need to do their part to ensure that the conditions of our streets match those of the nearby cities. So with that, I wanted to thank you and good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you may begin. The next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you may begin.
Good evening. I've said before that, you can't find a place for homeless, but you can find a place for crime. Someone has said many times that the cops don't stop crime. That's true. If we had enough cops, they might not stop the crime, but they could deter it because nobody wants to commit a crime in front of a cop. We need more cops. We need more everything in this city. I'm finished.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, are there any more comments or questions from council members? Councilmember Willis?
Well, real quick, I seen Councilmember Bates' hand was up before I raised mine. Does he want to speak before me?
I don't know. I don't see him.
Well, I'll just ask questions with a concluding statement. I know City Manager and Captain YA said that there's going to be items coming in front of us that they're going to be suggesting. I just want them to reiterate like what that timeline might be, just so we can think about it. And other thoughts that I had is folks who social media came up a lot, along with the possible idea of looking into a way that we can have people do monitoring of our TV cameras as well. And I'm wondering if that can't also be somebody I don't know how it looks if it's just part-time, if it's on the weekends or certain times of the day, but actually monitor any social media activity on, if there's a planned sideshow event and people are thinking about heading to Richmond, because a lot of the times those type of things get live streamed because the folks who are doing that are wanting to record like what they're doing. So ways to prevent that from happening if you have somebody that's actually monitoring it ahead of time. Just some thoughts. And this has been an ongoing issue since I was a kid. I'm sure since before I was a kid. I mean, sometimes I'll walk down the streets and it just happens in front of me. And as soon as it happens, it just kind of leaves and then it's gone. And also, a lot of the times when I'm walking the streets too, I do see donuts in the ground and everything. And I do know that causes a lot of stress. And I don't want us to end up in an incident where people feel like the only way they can get peace and quiet is running outside with guns and everything to break it up. Like, we need to come up with creative solutions and try to think about all the tools in the toolbox besides just the few at our disposal. So I know community members have talked about roundabouts, some suggestions were made up. We talked about potential ways to get community members involved or some position to look at CTV cameras. And yeah, we did end the license plate reader program back in, well, we didn't end it. We passed an ordinance back in 2018, and then a vendor came back that didn't meet the criteria of our ordinance, and then it just kind of got lost in translation. So an eventual update about our license plate reader program would be good to hear about too, because that was the last thing we talked about was this isn't the right vendor, find a new one. Because yeah, we do all want to feel safe and secure, and I also want to approach this in a way that isn't just looking at it from punishing everybody, but just preventing it and getting people to have dignity and respect in our community. Because my main concern is that people who are out here committing these activities don't have dignity and respect for our community because of how they may feel about themselves living in this community or passing through this community. And that's something, another root cause issue I feel like we need to address is how do we get people to see the value in our city and also the impact their actions have rather than just punishment alone, like actually making a good impact. So folks are actually thinking about how their actions impact other people. And I hope like, as we have this conversation, that could be one of the core values that we hold along with all the other comments that people want to add to this issue as well. So I'll conclude my comments from there and just ask, when is some of this stuff going to come up in terms of a timeline again? Sorry for going on.
Councilmember Bates.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had some strong testimony from citizens throughout the community. Rather than this council just arbitrarily making decisions, I think we need to rely upon the professionals. And what I would hope that we would do, we would allow the chief to come forward within a short period of time, as soon as possible, with a program that is cost effective and at the same time will deal with the problems that have been exposed and presented by the citizenry and the council. I don't want to start dictating and suggesting you do this, you do that. Let's allow the professionals. And it's true that we at one point had a police reserve group that volunteered to give us some assistance. I don't know if that's a possibility again or not, but maybe we can get community volunteers to come forward and man a camera for an hour or two. And I think we need to depend upon the police department to give us an idea when it's more practical to have people monitoring. Obviously, you don't want to do it at midnight. These guys, they want to do it when they can get attention and some publicity. So let's let the police department and the chief and the captain come forward within the next week at least with a program of improving the equipment that you need, the license reader or whatever. So that would, I don't know if Mr. Mayor, there's a motion to that effect, but I would think that the city manager, having heard us, would take the initiative to do that arbitrarily without the council having to make a motion and all of that. So that would be my comments and suggestions.
Well, the agenda item says provide direction to staff, so.
Okay, I'll make a motion to that effect that the city manager, along with the police chief and the captain and the attorney, come back within 2 weeks with a program recommendation of eradicating these problems, not only in terms of the sideshows, but perhaps the fireworks as well. Let's get on with it.
And a budget, right?
And a budget associated with it, yes.
Is there a second? Anybody want to second it? What?
I have a comment that I.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, to get the motion on the floor, I'll second it. So we have a motion and a second. Councilor McLaughlin, go ahead.
So I think we do need some different ideas that have been proposed throughout this discussion, like the bot stats, the CCTV, roundabouts, license plate readers. So I do want to hear from staff as to, and particularly these engineering solutions that have been very successful in different communities. But in the meantime, I would like to see if this idea that was presented by a public speaker for the very, very immediate future, that we put these concrete planters in various areas known to have these whatever they're called, donuts and street displays, and in particular in the El Soprani Valley area. They have been rallying very successfully about this problem. And so I would like to know if staff could present some of these concrete planters as a very temporary solution, but also a very immediate solution right away in the El Sobrante Valley area. And, if there's other known areas that are heavily trafficked with these street shows as well.
Well, is that a motion or?
Mayor, can I address that?
Yeah, let me just say this. We have a motion and a second to look at all these things, and I think that would include planners. Every one of those things takes time and costs money. So my expectation is that we would come back with a staff report that would have a range of measures and the budget to go along with them. Now, if you want to make a motion to put planners in El Sobrante and do it regardless of what it costs, go ahead and make the motion. But right now, the motion is for staff to bring these ideas back in a couple of weeks.
Well, I got a question to the motion for staff, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Yeah, Councilor Willis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of the time, and this is an important issue, but a lot of the time when we have an important issue hit our table, we try to have staff do like a very, very quick turnaround despite everything else that they have going on in the city as well. So I just kind of wanted to get feedback from staff on a motion on, is it feasible for them to do that quick kind of turnaround with that type of, with these recommendations, or how much time does staff feel like they need to have something comprehensive and, in order to bring back to council that isn't just kind of half measured just to make a time, looking for quality rather than just how quickly we can get it back.
Are you talking about the planners?
All the strategies that are contained within the motion, we're asking staff to come back within a week or two. I want to see like what's feasible for them to actually come back with an agenda report based on this discussion.
Well, okay.
And one of my, and if she could also respond specifically about the planters in a more immediate way, because I wanted to hear from staff on that.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, council members. So to have something on the agenda for next week, we would have had to have already finished this item approximately 2 weeks ago. So it is absolutely not possible to come back next week with a comprehensive program. This is, so we made every effort to work as quickly as possible to pull together the information that was available in the staff report tonight. in terms of items that we are looking at and already considering moving forward with. There are a number of other ones that we want to continue to explore. And so we will be doing that in the most expeditious manner possible, as I previously mentioned, because this involves multiple departments and looking at a whole variety of issues around each one. It is something that I cannot commit on behalf of the other staff to finish up in a week or two. That's why I previously mentioned that this is something, in order to comprehensive and thoroughly develop, would be something that would probably come to you possibly in a series of meetings. If you wanted it all at one time, it's going to be probably a couple of months out, to be honest. We also, and this goes back to the greater issue that we're having in terms of priority setting from council. Every single week, council members are putting new items on, directing staff to do additional work, and we are not sufficiently staffed to keep up with that pace and that volume. And as for trying to do something super fast in one particular area, it's absolutely something I will be working with the Public Works Department to take a look at. However, please know there are very clear state laws that put liability on the city when we do anything that impedes the roadways. So we need to have a traffic engineer look at what is possible and warranted. Normally you have to have something called warrants. And I don't know if we have any data that can give us the warrants to allow us to do these traffic calming measures. We also generally have procedures in place in the city. We have policies that for traffic calming measures, everything from speed humps to roundabouts and that kind of thing, that I would guess that you all would want us to follow our existing policies. So unfortunately, things are often slower than you all would like, but to be able to do it in a defensible way that prevents us from taking on any new liability, and in order to do good quality staff work, it is going to take a little while to come back to you with all of that information. We absolutely hear that you want a comprehensive program looking at a multidisciplinary approach with many different efforts that will help us with this issue, and as soon as possible, and whatever can be moved forward quickly is all the better, is what I'm hearing from you all. So if I have any of that wrong, let me know, but please understand that I cannot realistically bring you a program next week.
A friendly amendment to the motion. Given what the city manager said, would the motion maker and seconder be okay with modifying it to 1 week, to giving them 60 days to come back with an item based on his feedback and based on all the research that needs to go into some of these strategies before they get implemented?
I think the motion was for 2 weeks.
I heard 1 week and 2 weeks, so just, yeah.
Well,
Councilmember
I have
Bates,
2 weeks.
yeah, I'm amenable to, you can't ask them to do something that they can't do within a time frame. So 2
60
weeks
days.
is reasonable, I think.
To be fair, the city manager did just say that she would not be able to do a 2 week turnaround. That honestly, with everything that was talked about, it would take them at least maybe 60 days to come back with something after checking in with every department and looking at regulations too.
Well, it depends on this council. If we place a priority on it, then something else is going to have to be moved. I'm not willing to wait 2 months for an issue of this nature. I mean, city manager is going to have to make some adjustment. And if
Councilmember
she
Bates,
needs
would you be willing to compromise for 1 month?
1 month,
Okay, all right.
So just so the council understands our cycle, to be on an agenda a month from now, that means the report has to be finished in a week. So we will do our best, but as Councilmember Bates mentioned, there are some other items that you all have worked on that may fall to the wayside. And so we're continually having difficulty juggling and prioritizing. And also please be aware that we could design the best program, as most of you have mentioned, but we do not have an identified funding source for any of this. So we would look at where, we would continue to look at where funding might coming from, but for some of these larger programs, there is no identified funding source currently.
Okay, so anybody else want to speak on this motion before we vote on it? Councilor McLaughlin, your hand's up. Heather McLaughlin, your hand's up.
I'm sorry, I meant to take it down.
Okay, Heather?
Yes, I was just going to say, as the city manager said, that there are some liability issues that we need to address before we implement any of these programs. And so whether I can do it in a week, given all the other priorities you've given us, especially tonight, I don't think that that's possible. So I think it'll have to push out a little bit further.
Okay, Councilor Willis.
Yeah, I'll make, respectfully, I'll make a substitute motion that we have staff come back to us within 60 days with different programs that we could, programs and strategies that we can potentially implement, and around sideshows and reckless driving. In addition to that, if staff is able to give us a report within a month, just on where, just a quick report for comment on where these items are at and what are we to expect based on the research that was already done. So that would be my substitute motion.
Your second for the substitute motion?
A friendly amendment. I'll second it with a friendly amendment. Can staff, when they come back the first time, give us an update on a temporary measure that could be implemented quickly, like concrete planters, if possible?
I see our city manager shaking her head, so I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay, then I'll second it.
Okay, all right, let's vote. Call roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, I think the next item that somebody wanted to move up is item K4, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that is my item. And the essence of it is to move ahead, to move the encampment that's under the parkway between North Castro Street and Hensley Street, to close that encampment down and move the remaining RVs into the right of way of North Castro Street, which is actually, it's immediately adjacent to it. And it provides the main access to it. So we're not talking about moving it across town. We're talking about moving it a few feet. And the advantages of that are that street can be secured. We can operate a managed program in there where the city provides services and the county provides services, and we control who goes in and who goes out, and we can control what happens there. It will be much safer. It'll be safer for the community. It will get a tremendous and dangerous eyesore off of the area under the Richmond Parkway. That encampment that's there now is totally out of control. RVs regularly burn down there. I went by there today. There's the burned out hulk of one sitting there right now. There are abandoned vehicles in there. There are piles of junk and trash. The area itself is a capped hazardous waste site. The Bay Trail goes right through it. Just about every negative thing you could find about the impact of an unsanctioned site, you would find here. And we have an opportunity to move it just a few feet away to a site that would be sanctioned. And it would still be a temporary site. We could put a sunset on it. I don't know what it would be. It might be December of this year, which is maybe a little too quick, or it could be sometime early next year. And in the process of considering this, at least one council member has asked me to consider putting it off until we investigate some other sites. Well, the only other two sites I'm aware of are out at the end of Gertrude Street. And I went and looked at one of them today, and I've actually met with the owner out there. And he told me that he would not lease it to the city of Richmond for a safe parking camp. And whoever he does lease it to, he's asking $25,000 a month, which is about $300,000 a year. The other site is right across the street at the end of Gertrude, and it's interesting. I've never been there or seen it before, but Chevron has a marine training facility there. They've got a whole ship mocked up there. I looked at it, I thought, wait a minute, am I near the water? And as I drove into it, I realized it was sitting on dry land. But it looks to me like it's being fully utilized, and apparently Chevron has not yet replied to city staff inquiry if they might be interested in providing it. The point I'm making is that for over a year now, we've been chasing alternate sites. Essentially, we've been chasing a dream that somehow we can find the perfect site that's not in anybody's neighborhood, that has all the benefits we're looking for. But folks, it's not happening, and things are getting worse, and it's time to move on this. It really is. So with that, I will conclude, and I will take any questions from council members. I'll start with Councilmember McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. But this, of course, I think we all know, or many of us know, that it's a very urgent situation and a very big concern to get this Castro site into a better place in terms of either the site that it's currently located at, and also hopefully another site to locate people at, or even a combination of both. This has been discussed by the Castro Street stakeholders group. I was at the last meeting, and there were North Richmond residents there that really feel this is unfair if we move it around the corner to North Castro Street, because they've already been dealing with the camp, the encampment at this unsanctioned site, and the illegal dumping that mainly comes from outside. And that even if we move it and we have a more fenced area, that a trend has, been created where more illegal dumping will happen. But if we move completely out of the area, it could indeed stop this trend. And the one thing that I thought would be a great idea, and I know Lena Velasco and Michelle Milam have been working on this, is to have us discuss it at the ad hoc committee level. And there is a meeting scheduled next week of the ad hoc committee. And we're going to look at the North Castro site, and we're going to look at the Chevron site. And there are other Chevron sites. We have been reaching out to Chevron. Michelle Milam reached out, or actually Lena reached out again today, and they are saying they want to help, and they haven't fully responded yet on the Maritime Security Center. The biggest concern is that we really find the correct place. We all understand the problem, but what is the best solution? And that's why we have to analyze these sites and move right away next week. But it's going to take at least a while to prepare the residents. Hey, you're going to be the unhoused residents. A move is going to happen, and prepare your RVs, your vehicles. So it's not going to happen tomorrow. A week is not a long time to wait. And the sites that we need to explore are these, the one site you said you talked to Mr. Hammond, but, I know Lena also was reaching out. I don't know if anything could be negotiated, but certainly in terms of the Chevron sites, and there are other sites. We have people that are researching this. There were 35 sites that staff identified at one time, and some of them are apart from residential. Plus, there's someone else affiliated with SOS that has identified more sites to study, but we know we have to move quickly. So I would like to suggest that we have the discussion at the ad hoc meeting with the council direction to identify a site at that meeting. Now, it could be that we use the North Castro site as a staging area and, move some of the vehicles there, prepare them, but we need a more transitional village so that we could really help the residents. So as far as I'm concerned, what we need is a site that is most appropriate based on a site that promotes safety, security, and stability for the current residents of the RV encampments, and the ability for that site to promote community agreements and dignified living standards for the residents on a temporary basis. And just so you know, in the meantime, SOS's contract has been signed, and it is now, money is going to be coming in hand soon. So SOS is hiring more prospective employees for the streets team. And they have new intern residents, and they have, they're going to be ordering more portables and they have a wastewater disposal person, and they're addressing the outside people dumping issue and many things. They're talking about bollards, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, on the San Francisco Bay Trail. And basically they're making agreements with the residents who are ready to make agreements to keep the site cleaner in this very short interim, because another site, and like I said, it could be two sites, can be identified very quickly by the ad hoc committee. But what I want to also end by saying is we rejected a safe park for Hilltop. We rejected a safe park for Civic Center. North Richmond residents are saying, why are you not listening to us? We have already put up with a lot now, and we don't want to have another several months of people living, around the corner at North Castro. So anyway, that's my thought, is let's discuss this as a council. Let's direct the ad hoc committee to look at these different sites. It's just next week, the meeting. Pick a choice and move expeditiously on it.
Okay, Councilor Willis.
Yeah, and thanks for moving it up. I went and visited the site today too and did a walkthrough. I asked for this to be moved up because I didn't want this one to be one of the issues that we had a little patience for by the time it got to the end of the night. So I wanted to get this over with because I still remember vividly my conversation with the North Richmond residents when I thought it was a great idea to put it right there. And, the lobby of people that met me in the neighborhood and who continue to gather around me with their fair share of concerns because of how this site that's being recommended is literally across the street right from where some houses and residents are. And I think that if we are to select the site like that, we need to figure out some sort of way that's a collaborative effort that involves residents too. And the fact that North Richmond and the MAC seems to be pushing back against it, I don't want to start out on that foot where we're like, hey, we just need to put this here, deal with it. I do agree that we need to get services and support for those people out there because, man, it is heartbreaking. The first thing I seen was elders, Black men, brown men, women. They're all just gathered around trying to figure out building things just to make this, forgive my language, shitty situation a bit more tolerable, especially in the heat. So we do need to figure out some sort of support for them, but I would like it to be more of a collaborative effort for whatever we selected from, and not just saying like, hey, we heard you, sorry, here you go anyway. I know beginning of the year, we had that big conversation. That's because there was a lot of time limit on the money that we had. But in this case, I would agree with Councilmember McLaughlin that if there's an ad hoc committee that's meeting around this and want to look at potential sites, I think that should be a step that we should take, is meeting with them and seeing what kind of strategies that can come out of that. In addition to that, I do think that there needs to be a strategy, whether it's some of us on the council, whether it's staff, the street team, or whoever has the capacity to do it, actually go out and meet with people one-on-one who are there and do an assessment. Because my problem with the homeless conversation is that, you know, a lot of the times if you're homeless, you tend to get other. You tend to get treated like subhuman in a way, or that if you're in our neighborhood, you know, we're automatically in danger, and that's not good for anybody's mental health who already has nothing to be treated as subhuman anyway. And I want us to actually collaborate and work with the homeless population more, rather than figure out how do we hide the mess away and forget about it. So that's why I want to move this up, so, you know, we weren't pissed off at 11:30 just saying let's just get this over with. So that's all. Thank you for the consideration.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I think like I am part of the ad hoc committee with Councilwoman McLaughlin and Mayor Butt. And I think like they are some work that is happening. And I know that we would like to move quicker than sometimes things can go, because I understand the reality is that Castro site is having some really difficult issues right now. But say that also, I think like the way that we need to move is also in a more collaborative way, where like the staff who is working on that also has a lot of things to say, and they are working. So I think I agree with Councilwoman McLaughlin to give us a direction for discussing that site in the next ad hoc committee, which is a week from now. And really, I think like this is hard. We need to act quickly, but also we need to respect and hear the community. And this is what we have been trying to do all over, and not impose the great idea that is there because we think that this is the solution, and then kind of like disregard the community because whether we are not running or whether because this is the way that we work. I think like as an elected officials, one main thing is to hear the concern of the community and trying to work also around what are the best solutions that can support some of these ideas. And I think like 1 week is no a long time, and I know that Lina Velasco, Michelle Malo have been working to meet this requirement and to trying to see where we can move the people from Castro side, because we recognize, and Lina has been telling us, we need, there is the bail trail that is used, and we don't want any accidents to happen. So I think like I would like to make a motion to direct the ad hoc committee in next week to discuss this and to have a plan for a site to move the Castro and then move work as soon as possible to make that happen.
I'll second it and say that we can move it forward as long as it's in a non-residential area, or if we're to give us that authority to move forward.
Councilor Martinez. You're muted.
Yes, I know. Thank you. I was curious. I was looking at the report. You talked to Mac, and did you talk to the residents who live nearby, and the business and the church?
You know, we've made 2 presentations to the MAC and the Shields Reed Neighborhood Council. And both times they made it clear that they didn't want that, they didn't want it. So I think that's clear, you know. I don't think I need to go talk to 24 more people. I think I understand that they do not want this to happen. Now, I just will say this. I see where this is going. We have a motion and a second on the floor. I know where it's going, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna make a substitute motion that we support the recommendation in the agenda report. I don't even expect to get a second, but I'll ask for it.
Okay. Well, I'm not finished with my questions. If you
Okay,
don't
I
mind.
thought you were. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No. I would imagine that more than the MAC, the people who are directly involved would, I think their opinion should count for more. So I would have expected anyone planning to do this would have checked with the houses who are directly impacted and the businesses that are directly impacted. You're part of the ad hoc committee. Is this something coming from the ad hoc committee, or is this just you?
No, it's coming from me because I'm fed up with watching people look at site after site, month after month after month, looking for the perfect site, afraid to offend any neighborhood. We've been at this well over a year. Nothing's happened. And you know, at some point, you guys have to have the political courage to do something. You know, doing nothing is what we've been doing. We have not selected a site. We have not offended anybody because we've not selected a site. And we're just going to keep on doing that. So I just wanted on the record that I found a solution. I tried to get council support for it. Council wasn't interested. You know, end of story. That's all I care about.
Okay, I think the more exact thing would be that no one was interested other than you, because it seems as if the people who are directly involved are saying no. But aside from that, I have been to North Castro, and I've talked to the businesses there, and I think more than nothing's been done. We've been trying to get collaboration. This is a problem that has to be done by the community. And if we don't engage the community, you know, then whatever solution we're going to have is going to be problematic. Anyway, I think we need to let public speakers.
Well, as soon as we finish this discussion, I just would say in response to you, have you talked to the people under the parkway to see if they'd be interested in moving to a managed camp with services?
I have talked to them, and
they'd rather stay where they are than move to a secure managed camp with services. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I would say that managed is problematic because we don't know what you mean by managed. You know, a lot of the people that I talked to felt that managed by others is problematic, but managed by them is something that they could look at.
Well, they're doing a great job of managing what's there. So let's hear it on the public speakers.
Vice Mayor Johnson has the hand, his hand. So
only if the mayor would allow me to speak.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Vice Mayor. You want to weigh in on this or move ahead? Yeah.
No, I would like to weigh in on this because it's a very fascinating topic. And I actually want to go back to the presentation from the Housing Authority, where the executive director of the Richmond Neighborhood Housing mentioned a term that I think we don't really pay a lot of attention to, and that's the term of concentrated poverty. I opposed putting the safe parking spot in South Richmond because that would be creating even more concentrated poverty in the Black and brown community. And now we're talking about doing the exact same thing in another Black and brown community that is already suffering economically and socially. It's not that people don't want to do anything. I think everybody wants to do something. But we have to be very mindful of the policies that we set and the people that they impact. I find it very amusing that we were called out for not having political courage when the individual who put this item on the agenda is the king of Point Richmond and can probably find and convince anyone to have safe parking in his community where there isn't concentrated poverty, where there isn't a large group of individuals who are fighting for resources and looking to do something at the same time about homelessness. You can convince Point Richmond to do anything, Tom. I'm very certain of it. But yet there has been no proposal come forth with Point Richmond on it. And that's no shade to the residents of Point Richmond. Like, I love eating there. El Sol is fabulous. I'm seeing that Kaleidoscope is up for sale. I'm expecting big things to happen there. But I'm noticing, because you mentioned political courage, and I'm all about challenging ourselves and making sure that we're pushing ourselves to be the best leaders that we can for our cities, despite what our constituents, despite the minute things that our constituents may push back on us for. And so I'm very interested in a proposal that has safe parking in a community that isn't already suffering from problems that are going to have people damn near joining the safe parking space. The only thing that's keeping the people in South Richmond and North Richmond in their homes, apart from the individuals that are living in their cars next to them, is one missed payment, is one car repair. So we're literally talking about compounding a problem of poverty just so we can hurry up and do something. When you can make extraordinary things happen in your neck, but yet there's been no proposal highlighting that. I need to see some political courage from our mayor. Challenge your neighborhood first.
Hey, Vice Mayor, one of the sites that the city looked at was.
I guess I'm done talking because you just really,
you go ahead.
you randomly just cut in the middle of me talking. I guess I'm done talking.
Go ahead and finish attacking me, and then I'll respond.
No, I see, now you play the victim. You're too old to play the victim.
Go ahead and finish.
You're too old to play the victim.
I'm sure you got more you can pull.
I'm asking you to have the same courage that you asked us to have, and now I'm attacking you.
Well, do you want to hear my response?
That is a very poor characterization of what I'm doing, to portray the young Black man as attacking the elder white man.
Okay, are you through attacking me?
I'm not. Excuse me. Are you done interrupting me?
No, okay.
You are showing just such disrespect and disregard for the rules that you claim to uphold. I get that you don't like what I'm saying. You say a lot of things that I don't like.
Go ahead and
I hold my tongue very often than you think. So no, I'm not done talking to answer your question, and I'm not attacking you to set the record straight, despite your attempt to play victim here. What I'm doing is challenging you, as well as my other colleagues on the city council, to find areas in the city of Richmond where individuals are not already suffering from socioeconomic issues, where we can place this safe parking place. That's what I'm asking. If you want to single yourself out because you want to make yourself feel special, you do that. But this is a challenge I'm putting out to all of my colleagues, including myself. Let's not create concentrated poverty in the city of Richmond. That's my statement. And me attacking you, I'm attacking you by saying that you have immense power in Point Richmond. I didn't know that was an attack. The definition of attack has seriously changed since I graduated last year from UC Berkeley. Now I'm done.
Okay, well, that's not an attack. It's sure a strange way of showing love. So to respond to you, one of the sites the city looked at was the parking lot at the historic cafeteria building. And I not only did not oppose it, I suggested that it would make a good site and that I would support it. And there were other people, including some people on this council, who led the charge against it, but it wasn't me. I think that I don't care where the site is. We just need to do it. And the problem we got, and I'll say it again, none of you city council members has the political courage to go against and offend people in individual neighborhoods. The result is we do not have a site. We're never going to have a site because you guys don't have the courage to move. Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin.
I just want to add a friendly amendment to Councilmember Jimenez's motion so that we direct the ad hoc committee to explore sites at the next meeting, determine a site with the option of potentially using North Castro as a staging area to kind of move vehicles there just very temporarily to then move them to a more a more suitable site, but just to kind of get an area where they can be addressed if it needs to have some, repair or whatever, after consultation with the community.
Okay,
so that
does
would
the
be my,
seconder accept that? Were you the maker of the motion? You were.
it was.
No, Councilmember Jimenez was. So
Yeah.
Councilmember Jimenez, do you accept that friendly amendment?
Yeah, but I feel
Okay.
like, yeah.
Okay, so now we need to hear from public speakers. I'm sure we've got plenty. So go ahead and call. them.
Yes, we do have public speakers. Looks like we have 3 or 4 speakers.
And the public speakers are Mark Wasberg, Lisa Johnson, and Norma. Mark Wasberg, you may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
Hey, I got a perfect solution. I said, let's move that campus to the Richmond dump. That's where they belong. These people are not going to go out and get no job. What are you talking about? They put their own selves into it. If a person really wants help, he could get it through the county. But all they do is they want to sit there and get drunk and do drugs. You got a bunch of criminals there. I was the first one before you people went down there, and I'm going to upload these pictures. They got a bunch of lowlifes. They don't want to do nothing. All they want to do is mooch off the government. I went down there, man. There's young people there. You got children living there. Ain't no old black and brown people living there. And Johnson, you're talking out of your ass, man. I guess that UC Berkeley degree taught you how to hate white people, huh? When you talked about the mayor being a white drunk? Yeah, right, huh? This is just a stall tactic just to go ahead because you guys don't want to do nothing. You just want these people to live for free. You ain't going to do nothing. These people just a bunch of lowlives. Anybody could get out of poverty. You don't have to be poor. All you got to do is just get an education and find a job, flip hamburgers, do something. But these people don't want to do it. They just want to sit there and mooch and do drugs and alcohol. They got rats in there. They got shit everywhere. I'm going to upload those pictures. I'm going to show the people in Richmond what the city council is really doing. You people ain't going to do nothing. They're just a bunch of worthless, low-life people that's just going to continue to mooch off the government. And all you're doing is stall tactic. That's all it is. Just move them out. Just tell them to go. Just have the county get involved in it and get them out of there. They're not going to do nothing with their lives. I see it every day around here, man. These people are just worthless people. Go out and flip hamburgers or dig ditches. They don't want to do it. You got children living there.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Johnson. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm going to start and end my comments using a quote from a person highlighted in the Seattle is Dying docuseries. She's recovering from her substance abuse disorder, and she's previously homeless. And in her words, she said that many of the approaches that are being taken to address Seattle's crisis can be described as to what is happening here in Richmond. While it is well-intentioned, it is truly not humane or compassionate. And I quote her, "It's loving them to death." They are driven, many of them, by a substance abuse disorder and mental health illness. They are driven by their addiction. Councilmember McLaughlin took $1 million of city taxpayer funds and gave it to an unvetted nonprofit. Supervisor Joya and council members McLaughlin and Menace told the council and the public on March 16th that they were creating a safe parking program and sanctioned 2 sites in Richmond, Ryden Road and Castro Street. We were also told more than once that people would be moved to Hilltop at the rate of 30 to 50 households per month. How many vehicle households have been moved from Ryden in the past 6 months? My understanding, it has only been 2. There is lack of clarity between HCEB, SOS, and Rebuilding Together, who is really in charge of what. SOS and Rebuilding Together do not do case management or housing. They should not be tasked with that. There should not be a lack of clarity in the lines of communication on who is responsible for what. And Councilmember Johnson, you are way off base in your description of Point Richmond. Stopping at El Sol and Kaleidoscope does not make you an expert. Do you not think that there are people living on the line of poverty in Point Richmond? You're completely wrong if you don't think so. And we do. We have a motel as part of the project Room Key and Home Key. We have the Todd Hotel, and we do things. And putting people with
Your
fire.
time is expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Norma. Norma, you may begin.
Yes, what I want to say to the 5 RPA, the investors in Richmond that have been investing money into Richmond and helping our community, we do not trust you anymore. You have defunded our police department. We have high crime, and you don't listen to us. Why should we trust you? I understand the people being poor and need a place to live, but what is our protection? You're talking about, and plus of all, how many people do you have? You have the extreme poor, the very poor, and the poor. And I want to know how many people, the property owners, can invest in this city. Are we outnumbered by the poor? Or what happened to our money? Will we end up being poor? So you need to answer these questions before you start asking us to help you, because you haven't helped us. You have called us names, but you want our money. You did everything to try to say that we're selfish, we're evil, and we need to be 6 months in jail. What have you done for the middle class? You are destroying us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you may begin.
Good evening again. I'm just flabbergasted. I know that we try to do everything we can, Richmond, with the homeless. What do the county supposed to do? They got money. So what part of that money are they trying to help Richmond with? And it's for the homeless and the mental. I'm finished.
Thank you. That was our last speaker.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Let's vote.
Mayor, could you please have the clerk read back the motion? We might have a legal issue.
Okay, go ahead, Pam.
Okay, there was a substitute motion, but it died for lack of a second. And we had a motion by Councilmember Jimenez, second by Councilmember McLaughlin, direct the ad hoc committee to discuss and come up with a plan and identify a site and move forward with the site if not in a residential area. And then amendment by Councilmember McLaughlin with the option of potentially using North Castro as a staging site after consulting with community. Is that correct?
You're muted, council member.
Yes, it's correct.
I agree with Councilmember Jimenez. That is correct.
Okay. The question we had was about, I heard, it was not in the motion, but I heard the word delegate, and I think I need to ask City Attorney Heather McLaughlin to make sure that we're clear that the final decision would still need to come back to the City Council.
Correct, so that there's enough public process.
Okay.
Why can't we authorize the ad hoc to move forward?
Yes.
We already said that a safe park could happen in a non-residential area. So that is what we're seeking here, to identify that site.
So that's what I wanted clarification on. And do we have in the noticing for the ad hoc, are we following the Brown Act with that and with public comment allowed during those meetings?
No. No, it's not
Okay.
it's not a Brown Act or a
It's
body.
not- Right.
So there's no way for the public to really be informed about the sites. So that's my concern, that we need to have a process so that the public can be informed on this decision that's going to be made. Now, if the ad hoc committee is going to make the decision and then it's going to go back to the council for final approval, that would be okay. But having the final decision end up with the ad hoc is going to be a problem.
So a question, there is an October, what's the first meeting in October?
October 5th.
October 5th. So why don't we just have it on the agenda to hear from the ad hoc committee as to their selection for October 5th? And we'll have the ad hoc meeting already done, and it'll be ready to.
Sure, if the clerk could help me look at the actual days in terms of when that meeting is and when the packet is produced. I just remember before we had significant public comment that you all were very attuned to, that we hadn't done enough public notice about identifying which sites we were going to be discussing on the agenda. So if City Clerk, would we be able to accommodate that schedule?
The meeting after the 5th would be the 19th.
Well, on the 5th, what day of, we would need to know by next Wednesday what day is the ad hoc meeting?
I believe the ad hoc meeting is on the 30th of September.
Then the 30th, can't we, the agenda goes out in the afternoon on the 30th, right? So why can't we just have the agenda item on there and just fill in the choices of sites before the agenda goes out?
Mayor, may I note something as well? So I think if the ad hoc committee does select a site, we will likely also need to couple that with the funding requests of the city council. So I think providing sufficient time to be able to quantify what the cost of a potential relocation to a site is going to be necessary, because it's not just selecting a site, but getting the resources to either set up a new site and to be able to manage the services needed for that.
What's your level of confidence that you're going to have enough information on potential sites that a final recommendation can be made by the ad hoc committee?
I mean, I think there's a couple of options at play. I think, as Councilmember McLaughlin mentioned, I did reach out to the leasing agent on behalf of a property owner we're looking at. We did speak to Chevron by email today, and there's a couple of sites that we're talking about, but I think duration and time are also some key components of information that we'll need from the ad hoc committee. So I think we'll have a few options to discuss, but whether or not they'll be positioned to actually establish, because if we do choose a private site, we're likely looking at some sort of lease agreement with the property owner, whether it's for a fee or not, but they're likely to request some waivers and some understandings with the city. So it may take time to negotiate that and also bring that forward to the city council.
Plus, they're going to want money, which means there has to be an appropriation.
that's
Well,
a
look-
potential as well.
Well, look, Councilor Jimenez, it was your motion. Where do you want to go with this?
Well, I think like if we can do it by the 5th, let's do it by the 19th, just to have enough time to have that decisions. I don't know, like Councilwoman McLaughlin, do you agree with that? Like you second this?
I would actually really like it sooner. I want to ask the city manager. I know we did say that we might have some meetings. I know it was just for closed session, a special meeting on the second Tuesday. If we're willing to have a special meeting on the second Tuesday, which would be the 12th, would Lena, do you think that I think if we have the will to select something, I believe we do, but you're right, there are some issues to work out. But do you think the 12th would be sufficient?
I think we'll have a better understanding after the ad hoc committee meeting, if the 12th is doable. But if the council's available, I mean, we can certainly bring up the information, but all of the issues may not be resolved in terms of a budget, potentially a private agreement with a property owner, depending on the site that's selected by the council or by the ad hoc committee.
Okay. I do have another comment, but I see Councilmember Martinez has his hand up. So.
Look, we're trying to get a motion here.
I know,
So
but I don't want to step at
Jimenez's motion, and she asked you if you agreed with, she said she was okay to bring it back on the 19th, and you said you're not okay with that.
Well,
so.
This is what I say. I say we should bring it back as soon as possible. And perhaps in the motion, we could say if the council would be willing to meet, or let's include the possibility of a special meeting on the 12th. Would you be willing to include that?
Do you accept that, Councilor?
Yeah. We know that this is important, and if we can have it earlier, that will be good.
And I just want to make it clear that SOS is going to be, now that their contract for the streets team is approved, they're going to be working really hard on this unsanctioned Castro site now. So things will, even though we have this week or 2 weeks gap, we do have some more investment of resources that are going to be at that site, but we do still have to move quickly. So thank you for accepting that.
I didn't know that SOS had a contract with the city. I thought it was the.
Oh, it is rebuilding.
Rebuilding East Bay, rebuilding together East Bay North. And the contract hasn't been signed yet because I just got it today, and I can't get to it until tomorrow morning. So.
Okay, well, thank you for getting to it tomorrow morning.
Okay, let's call for the vote.
Actually, I've had my hand up for a while.
Oh, go ahead.
May.
But we need to move.
Yeah. I was just curious. Is the separate sites throughout the city off the table, or is that something that would be considered later?
What is that?
The scattered sites?
Yeah,
No,
scattered
Yeah,
sites.
I think Lena has some information on that because it does get intertwined with the funding, which is what would have to come back to city council.
Yeah, so Councilmember Martinez, so the scattered sites is private property owners who would seek a permit to host a vehicle dweller on their property. So we're continuing to work with multiple groups to encourage applicants to become host. And then the contract that was referenced earlier for rebuilding together East Bay North would support the scattered sites. Including, housing navigation will be provided by a separate consultant. But I think in terms of the site for a safe parking program, we are looking at privately owned sites, and there was like an interim sheltering RFP that's currently out, seeking a consultant to assist us in doing a sites analysis. And that was part of the reimagining work.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know what the process, whether or not it was still being considered, and if so, what would be the process to make it happen?
So,
Thank you.
Councilmember Willis, do you need to speak before we vote?
Yeah, if somebody has an answer for this, shout it out. If not, I'll take it offline. But I remember we did we either talked about it or approved it, an ordinance to allow churches or nonprofit to host different vehicles. I don't know if that's part of the strategy for the ad hoc committee, but if that
No,
can be.
I'll shout it out for you. Since
Thank
you
you.
put it that way, that's the scattered sites program that Lena was mentioning. It's really in action. We've got a few churches, several that are interested. The permit process is happening, but we think we need to move quicker with another site for these Castro folks. And they're getting assessed. The streets team is helping on that, and the housing navigator. So all the stuff that the public mentioned, like what's happening, is happening, will happen quicker as we move forward now with the SOS Rebuilding Together contract being signed by the mayor tomorrow morning. And thank you again for that, Mayor.
The rebuilding, yeah, okay, all right, okay, so let's call a roll for a vote on this.
Before I just wanted also to mention that there is an RFP for doing the homeless strategic plan as well. So this is something that the ad hoc committee and we approve as city council to move forward with that. So we have a roadmap for how we seek. I see like people asking about what the county. So just kind of like knowing what are the opportunities, what the county is doing, and also what the state opportunities can be, so we can take advantage of potential funding opportunities.
Okay, let's vote. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Is absent.
And left.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates absent and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, the next item is item J1. Would you read that, please?
Item J1. Under ordinances is to introduce an ordinance for first reading, adding chapter 9.59 to the Richmond Municipal Code, which prohibits the addition of new natural gas infrastructure in the city of Richmond in connection with any newly constructed building or substantially rehabilitated buildings upgraded with public funds. The only exceptions to this natural gas ban on new construction are for infeasibility or for public interest. The feasibility is narrowly defined as the situation where there is no physical feasible way to construct the building and remain in compliance with the energy code. The public interest exception is limited to minimally necessary and specifically tailored exceptions that are found to serve the public interest. The ordinance would take effect on January 1st, 2022.
Councilor Martinez, would you like to introduce this?
Yes, I would. Thanks so much. This is something that we've been working on for over 5 weeks. This is an important agenda item that needs to be considered with urgency, but because the city legal staff wants to ensure that the ordinance is as strong as possible and that it be well integrated with current ordinances, I will, after presentation, discussion, and public comment, make the motion to hold the voting on October 19th to enable staff to give this item a thorough review. This will also give the public a chance to have discussions around the impact of this ordinance. I want to thank James Tencio for paying special attention to this item. He's been very, very helpful in helping us work through it. We have a strong body of evidence that using natural gas to power buildings poses significant health, safety, and economic risks. These risks are avoidable and can be prevented by shifting to renewable energy, therefore reducing air pollutants, improving health, and saving lives. And the investments that California has made in solar power has made it so that building electrification will be more cost efficient than natural gas in the coming years. There's no pathway to stabilizing the climate without phasing gas out of homes and buildings. The shift away from natural gas and toward electrification is essential for preserving a livable planet. This is an existential planet, and it's also an equity issue. So in terms of safety, full electrification would without question increase public safety. We know that natural gas is what leads to life-threatening carbon monoxide leaks. Gas also relies on pipelines, on the pipeline infrastructure that crisscrosses underneath our city streets, significantly increasing explosion risks. Who can forget San Bruno and their natural gas explosion just over 10 years ago here in the Bay Area? The blast and ensuing fires killed 8 people, initially injuring 58, and it took 5 years to settle the court cases. The cost of the devastation was $565 million for 499 victims. A neighborhood was destroyed, and the residents were devastated. These risks of explosions are further exacerbated by aging pipes and the high probability of earthquakes in our area. Many health professionals support electrification. Natural gas exposes consumers to pollutants with serious health risks, including asthma, nervous system damage, and cancer. The children and elderly of our city are at particular risk, given the relative high amount of time they spend indoors. This ordinance would also address equity issues. We know, of course, that air pollution adds to the already high health risks imposed upon the working class in Richmond. We also know that stoves in houses pollute the indoor air. So above all, we are in a climate emergency. Global warming is a terrifying fact we must contend with, and we must do it immediately. For some background, unburnt natural gas is known as methane, which is exponentially more damaging to the environment than regular emissions. Cutting methane emissions is the fastest opportunity we have to slow the rate of global warming. Natural gas reductions will provide short-term relief while governments and businesses negotiate the more difficult transition from fossil fuels to clean energy. Richmond currently has thousands of new residence units planned for development over the next 5 years. Most of these homes will be in larger multifamily buildings. And unless we act now, the vast majority of these large multifamily buildings will include gas pipelines throughout. Once gas lines and gas-fired appliances are installed, the gas will flow for decades, locking in unnecessary greenhouse gas emissions, methane leaks, indoor air hazards, and fire risks. Because buildings use so much energy, they have the potential to be a big part of any solutions to the climate crises. But electrification can't happen overnight. Given how long it takes for building stock to turn over, that is why we need aggressive programs starting now. Every house, every high-rise that's built with gas may be in place for decades. Whenever we build, we establish infrastructure that may be in place for 50 years or more. Requiring developers to provide full electric buildings will build our climate resiliency as a city. So this ordinance will buy us desperately needed time to further combat climate change. I will acknowledge that there are some potential growing pains here. That doesn't mean that we don't make the transition. It just means that we have to address the issues that come up. As we face the reality of catastrophic climate change, there will be a learning curve. But that learning curve increases dramatically every year that we wait. Putting off this change will only cost more for all of us the longer we delay. Thankfully, this ordinance will only apply to new construction beginning in 2022, so these costs will not be borne by anyone in an already built home. This ordinance is not asking anyone to get rid of their gas stove. We are in a global climate emergency. As a city, we are limited in what we can do to fight this problem. But it's a life-threatening situation I'm committed to help solve as a council member. And this ordinance is a major tool at our disposal here in Richmond. I had a speaker lined up, Flo Andrews, who will talk about the process that we had and compare our current ordinances, our current reach code with what this ordinance can do. So I don't know if that's necessary because we are reaching to 10/26.
Let me ask you a question. Did I hear you say you're gonna put this off for a couple of weeks and get our city attorney to come back with some information about it?
Yes.
Well, why don't we deal with it then? That would be my suggestion. It's 10:30 now and we've got a lot of stuff left, so.
Well, I think there might be speakers who want to speak. If not, then you know.
Well, I can't stop the speakers from speaking, but if we're going to bring this back, I'd rather have it fully developed then than spend more time on it now and then do the same thing later on.
Okay, well,
and by the way, it's going to pass. It's going to happen, you know, so we're not going to convince anybody that's unconvinced.
Okay, well, then considering the work that we've done, I don't really see much differences. It's basically just clarifying possibilities. So yeah, I can continue the presentation, but I would like to give speakers a chance to speak if they're here.
Well, we can do that. I need to ask if council members have questions first.
Okay.
And I don't see any, so let's go to the speakers.
We have 3 speakers.
Speakers for this item are Mark Warsberg, followed by Don Gosney, Luskal Kayanyang. Mark Warsberg, you may begin.
All right, you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So in other words, the Guado's trying to.
Mark, you still there?
You hear me now?
Yes, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in other words, you want to use solar power to get rid of natural gas, and Aguado is some type of expert in the environment and try to scare the people in this stupid climate change, which is true, but Aguado, you don't know a damn thing about it anyway. He just goes to show how dumb he is. But anyway, what happens if the sun doesn't shine? You ain't gonna have no power, right? You could be fogged out for about a week. No sun. Without sun, you don't have no solar power. I mean, I've been getting confused just listening to Martinez blah 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 stuttering and don't know what he's talking about, and I don't know what this guy here must be on crack or something, you know. But solar power would never take the place of natural gas. You know, I don't know why you're coming up with this dumb stuff anyway. The bottom line is, man, when the sun don't shine, you ain't gonna have no power. At Laney College, the power went out, right? The rats ate through the electrical cord, and the power was out. I said, hey, why don't you use all these solar panels? You got all this solar power here. The guy just laughed. They had to wait almost a half a semester to get it back online, to get power back in the classrooms. I don't know where you come up with all this solar power is going to change the world. Well, it's not. We're always going to be dependent on gas because I want to be able to turn on my stove. And if the sun don't shine, you ain't going to get no gas. Now, Aguado, he acts like he's some type of genius in being an environmentalist. You can't even pronounce the word.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you may begin.
Thank you. When I see an ordinance like this one, and within when I see my elected leaders fawning all over it. I worry. I worry when I see people in positions of responsibility drinking the Kool-Aid, honestly believing that when they've read about such movements in cities like San Francisco, Oakland, and Berkeley, and embracing the idea that if it was done there, then it must be a proposal that was written by the finger of God. First, there's the belief that if we go all electric, that we will be saving the planet. And then there's the belief that the use of natural gas is far dirtier than electricity. If you only look at the actual use of gas versus electricity, then you can make one argument. But if you look closely at the generation and transmission of gas versus electricity, that's a horse of a different color. We are not clean electricity reliant at this point, far from it. Most of our electricity is generated either from hydroelectric plants or from plants that are incredibly polluted. And how about the transmission of electricity? Do we have the infrastructure? When will we have the infrastructure? Let's not forget that the only source for the transmission of electricity in Northern California is PG&E. Because of the flaws in the transmission of electricity, we're having to rebuild 40,000 or more homes and businesses that burn to the ground. When you transport all of the building materials for these rebuilds, what does that do to the climate? When the building materials are manufactured, what's the price to the environment? And how about the manufacture of thousands of miles of electrical wire and the erection of transmission towers? How clean is all that? One of the arguments we hear so often is how unsafe natural gas is. Everyone likes to bring up the pipeline explosion in San Bruno. Hey, how about Chernobyl? That was electrical. I hope you keep in mind who built that pipeline, PG&E. How many natural gas explosions do we hear about here in the Bay Area compared to the number of electrical fires? Hardly ever. Last night I was in Lowe's Home Improvement buying a new refrigerator, and I noticed that of the 46 stoves on display, there were only 10 that were electric stoves, while there were 36 gas stoves. What does this tell you? And lastly, let's take a look at your PG&E bill and compare what you pay for your gas usage to what you pay for your electrical usage. If you're like me, the cost for my electricity is 10.
The time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Ruskal Kyung. You may begin.
Good evening, members. As a former elected official and as someone who has worked for council members throughout the Bay Area, I remember working for then council member Javanka Beckles, and I remember we worked on a council item and resolution with Councilmember Martinez 3 years ago, declaring a climate emergency, which passed by this city council. And then afterwards, I went on to work for Berkeley Councilmember Cheryl Davila, where we worked with Councilmember Harrison on this issue. And that policy was passed in Berkeley 2 years ago. Many of the points that the previous two speakers made are, in my view, erroneous, claiming that the sky will fall. Well, if we were able to pass it in Berkeley, Berkeley is still standing. That policy has worked. We are in a climate emergency. We have dozens of cities throughout the Bay Area, and as well as counties, declared climate emergency. So it's time that cities like Richmond join and adopt policies. If you say you're about climate emergencies, adopt policies like this to protect our community. And lastly, the first speaker, we got to stop the personal attacks and the politics. He was totally off topic and should have been ruled out of order with his fake news. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, you want to make a motion, Councilmember Martinez? Unmute, please.
Thank you. I'd like to move that we hold the voting for October 19th to enable staff to give this item a thorough review.
Second.
You know, it's your item. You can just say you're going to bring it back on the 19th. If you want to vote, we'll vote, but you don't need to do that.
Okay, in that case, I'll just bring it back on the 19th.
Excellent. Good choice. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so that brings us to K1, another popular item.
Hi. Item K1 under council as a whole is to discuss and provide direction to staff to implement a street sweeping pilot program that engages stakeholders, is characteristic of the diversity of the community within the city, and conforms to the city's national pollutant discharge elimination system. stormwater discharge permit.
Okay, that was put on by the Public Works Director. So would you like to make a staff report or introduce it?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And thank you, council members. I will provide opportunity for KCRT to put the slide deck on. And we will walk through this expeditiously. Next slide, please. So where have we been? Back in 2002 was when the street sweeping practice was adopted. And during that time, the city did manage a citywide vote so that some entities could go without signage and that there would be no ticketing enforcement. And among all the cities, only the Carriage Hills area submitted sufficient number of votes. But later on through council action, the Richmond Annex and Panhandle Annex also were added. And so those areas do not have signage. It is an item, street sweeping is included in our National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit. It's not mandated, but it's in the permit as a best management practice. I just want to make that distinction. May 2020, there was an agenda item that staff brought forward to install 575 street sweeping signs in the Richmond Annex and Panhandle Annex area. And council directed staff to put that on pause and to do for 90 days for staff and residents to kind of collaborate on a solution. Next slide, please. So in January of this year, after several items, the pilot program ended in September of last year. And then staff brought forward the results of that pilot program and brought a recommendation to continue to install the signs. And anecdotally, staff had mentioned that there was about a 50 to 60% compliance. At that same meeting, Councilmember McLaughlin brought a presentation suspending ticketing for enforcement action. Recommended that staff develop some noticing and reminders, as well as text and email, as well as developing some portable signage that could be used by neighborhood councils, and that there's an opportunity for people to opt in regarding removal of signs, should they demonstrate success. And I would say that upon my arrival in middle of April of this year, that was one of the top priorities that the city manager put on my plate. And as things would happen, here we are in September and bringing a pilot program before you. I think there has been some banter about or some commentary about the number of routes that do and don't have signs. So I just want to kind of touch on that briefly. We do have residential and commercial routes. There are a total of 46 residential routes. And as a matter of fact, there are 30 that are signed and 16 not signed. We do have 144 curb miles and curb and median miles of commercial that's swept weekly. The staff, as part of the street sweeping crew, is 3 sweepers, and staff operates them from 4 a.m. to noon, Monday through Friday. Next slide, please. This table is available on the city's website. If you look up street sweeping, there's a source there, but that shows the areas that do not have signs, all 16 of them, and then the 30 areas that do have signs. Some of the key characteristics of this table is that you'll see that each route is swept on over 2 days, so that affords residents to park on one side of the street one day and on the other side of the street the other day. And typically the street sweeping takes place between either 7 to 11 or 8 to 11, depending on the particular zone. Next slide, please. This is also available on the website. Shows a graphic of the various routes and the days that they're swept in a graphic form. Next slide, please. And initially when, excuse me, when I think back in May or June, I did meet with Councilmember McLaughlin and City Manager Sneidman. We did talk about some ideas about the initial pilot program that were mentioned at the last council meeting under her agenda item. And so we talked about, having a notification process. There needs to be a determination, so it's not just indefinite. And then come up with a flyer and announcement system so that people can be reminded either via text or email. Next slide, please. Are we frozen? Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oops, sorry, previous slide. And also including things like refrigerator magnets, reminder signs in yards. We also talked about, with any pilot program, we need to kind of collect data to determine whether the program's effective or not. So there was a discussion about, how do you determine that? Can you use some of the people within the neighborhood council as volunteers to count cars? And then we also included a discussion about, should enforcement be reinstated as part of the education process? Can you use enforcement in like a graduated type of citation where the first citation is 0 or a minor fee, just as a reminder, an additional reminder? Some people may respond to advanced texts and emails. Others may more likely respond to a reminder on their windshield. So those were all the things that we had discussed. Next slide, please. Some of the fiscal impacts, again, this is preliminarily, has not been vetted in wholly in part, or wholly because we were looking for direction from council in terms of some of the specifics to the program. And as I get into a couple more slides, I'll explain the idea to come back to you in October with specifics and budget appropriation for some of the expenditures that are necessary, depending on direction provided. So there's been ideas about flyers and refrigerator magnets, updating the website, affording the opportunity for curbside signs, some element of enforcement. Subsequently to previous meetings, there's been discussion about maybe we put cameras on the sweepers themselves as a digital data collection. And then there's also been additional discussion about, well, maybe we just have some of the green job workforce do ride-alongs with the sweepers, and they can have a clipboard and be a little bit more manual, but provide work opportunity. Next slide, please. Did make a presentation before the RNCC, and some of the commentary we received back was that making sure that any opt-in flyers are done in multiple languages, and to really focus on just the benefit of street sweeping as it relates to sediment and contaminant mitigation, that it's not flowing into the bay and we're capturing it before it gets into the bay, to focus less on enforcement, but the kind of environmental benefits of it. No more commentary was given about why the Panhandle Annex is included. They feel like they've already demonstrated success. Another comment was about consider pilot programs for neighborhood routes of smaller sizes and equivalent sizes. And then somebody said that the data collection should include pictures of inlets and storm drain systems. And then kind of one of the main driving comments was that the program of enforcement should be equitable to all residents. I think that's what we're attempting to accomplish with this initial pilot program. Next slide, please. So, I mean, I think the critical questions that we're attempting to answer with the recommended pilot program is, if residents are sufficiently noticed, will they move their vehicles in advance of street sweeping activities? That's the noticing of email, that's the noticing of text. And then what is the extent of non-compliance today in both signed and non-signed neighborhoods? I think there's been a lot of, I think between council meetings and social media, a lot of talk about areas that do or don't comply. But I think this initial idea of, well, what's the magnitude of non-compliance? I'm not sure anybody can say that qualitatively. So that's really the kind of the approach that we're looking at tonight. And then what is the most equitable approach towards implementation of a program that manages the sediment and contaminants entering the bay? And then what role should enforcement play in the education reminder process? Next slide, please. So the staff report kind of came up with, I think there's about 11 directions that we're seeking from council this evening, directing staff to select 2 neighborhoods and routes in coordination with the respective neighborhood councils, really of equivalent size. We're recommending a 9-month pilot program commencing in December, looking to collaborate with the neighborhood council to communicate with residents about the program, and then developing both a sign-up flyer. The flyer is really an opt-in for digital advanced communication, as well as developing a reminder refrigerator magnet in multiple languages that people can have on the refrigerator, just as a reminder as well. And then determining the costs for those and seeking an expenditure authorization at the first possible meeting. Next slide, please. Utilizing green jobs for the ride-alongs for counting cars that are not conforming to the requirements within the pilot zone area. And then once the pilot is complete, 45 days, bringing a report that demonstrates the effectiveness of the program or lack thereof. Then directing staff to determine street sweeping signage implementation and strategy costs. And then I think from a staff perspective is considering a graduated enforcement strategy that I had previously noted. And for example, $0 for the first citation, $50 for the second, $200 for the third. For signed non-pilot program areas. And I would say that if council didn't want to move in this direction, would council consider such a implementation of an enforcement and notification strategy, at least in the commercial industrial areas. And so next slide, please. So the next steps are seeking direction according with NCC, developing some of the costs related to the notification process and hiring some green job staff, and then coming back to you for the detailed authorization for the funding. And again, attempting to commence the program in December of this year. Next slide, please. And with that, I will field any questions you might have.
Questions from council members. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I want to thank you so much, Mr. Leach, for doing this. It's obvious that was a lot of thought and just careful analysis put into this. I really like what you've come up with. I think the 9-month pilot program makes sense. I'm not sure starting it in December is going to happen because we need a certain amount of education, the tech system, in order to really start providing. I mean, I don't know if you're saying starting in December to collect the data. I'm almost thinking though that the education and the text system and email system needs to happen first. So if it isn't available yet, if you haven't sent out a mailing and the magnets and gotten the text system and email system up by December, if another month or two is needed, I would be fine with that because I think the community needs to be educated on this. I really like what you're seeking direction on, and I agree. One of the first things I want to say is that we should reinstate enforcement activities on collector arterial streets throughout the city. This whole idea is meant for neighborhood streets to have this option of getting reminders so that they can so that we have voluntary compliance. But I think just as this is the case in other cities, and I want to mention that a wealthy city like San Jose only has parking signs on some of its busy streets. And they do this for the reasons because of the high cost to install and the high cost of enforcement signs. So it's clear that we have 16 neighborhoods that don't have signs. We cannot put signs everywhere. The cost would be exponential. And so this is a community building effort. We have this opportunity to educate the community, get the neighborhood councils involved, passing out flyers, but having the city involved. That's something that hasn't been involved in the past, sending the reminders, getting the flyers ready, making temporary signs available to people in neighborhoods to put out there on the various days when street sweeping happens. And getting a green jobs workforce in place, which can not only ride along, on the sweeper, but also, and that it wouldn't be high school kids because they'd be in school, but it could be college students or whatever that whose schedule could work out, or someone, an adult who has the time and needs the work. But on weekends, we could have high school kids delivering flyers and to households and getting people signed up for texts and emails. So I think this is really, really a great idea. And I just want to make sure that a mailing will be sent not only to the what are you calling them? The pilot project sites, but also to all neighborhoods. So everybody has access to getting email and text updates. Is that correct or no?
Well, if that's the direction from council, we can include it citywide and then just focus on the data collection for the two routes that we're recommending.
Yeah, I would think that a one-time mailing for everybody would be very useful. So everybody has access to getting these reminders. And I also want to just put in a plug that the Panhandle Annex did have like 80% compliance during that 90-day period. So maybe we should consider them have already shown compliance. And of course we want them to continue to show compliance. But I'm good and would be happy to make a motion when it's appropriate to have all your directions that you're seeking approved and have you come back with the cost analysis. I think the graduated enforcement strategy for the commercial areas makes sense. I'm not sure $200 for the third time makes sense. Other cities just go up to, I think, $60. So maybe $0 for the first citation, $50 for the second, and $60 for the third. So those are my thoughts. But for residential, we should use these 9 months to educate and get people signed up for reminders and have 2 sites identified by staff as a data collection sites, and then hear back from you after that. Again, I mean, we'll hear back from you before in the next month or so. But that would be a motion that I'm willing to make, but I'm not going to make it until I hear from others because I know other council members may have input.
Councilor Willis.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to briefly say, if it was mentioned, forgive me, I just didn't hear it pronounced, but focusing on non-digital efforts to notify residents rather than just digital, because I want to recognize that not everybody has the means to get a text message or email reminder. So making sure there's other ways of communicating with people without just relying heavily on digitally. That's just always a pet peeve for me in these conversations. So don't mind me. I just want to put a plug in there. And just to lift up what Councilwoman McLaughlin said, in terms of helping notify people, there are organizations out there, maybe not high schoolers, but folks that do a fair amount of volunteering or people that need to do volunteer hours for certain things. So making sure that if we're able to do that through volunteers, that we're connecting with those folks that are constantly required to do some amount of volunteer hours, and this could be something that can help them knock that off. And we can be providing that resource to those who struggle to figure out, like, okay, wow, I got to do 20 hours of volunteer hours. Where can I go? So figuring out a way to make that available if we go down that route, and identifying Contra Costa College or even West Contra Costa Unified School District, there may be some wiggle room for some sort of supervision and volunteer hour for high school students, depending. But let's just make sure that that's well known and pronounced. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, other council members, questions, comments? I had a comment, a question for you, Joe. In your pilot program, you talked about comparing a neighborhood that had signs with a neighborhood that did not have signs, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're not gonna do any enforcement in the neighborhood that has signs, right?
Well, that would be up to the council's discretion, but that's not part of the initial
Well,
recommended by the
I
program.
just would submit that that's a fatal flaw, because the whole purpose, the whole purpose of having signs is to be part of an enforcement operation. And well, I wouldn't say the whole purpose, but that's what's happened in Richmond. So if you don't enforce it, people aren't going to pay attention to the signs. So it's not a fair comparison. And just in general, I would say that this is an incredible way of taking something very simple and turning it into the most complicated hairball I've ever seen. This is a very simple thing. You start at the beginning. You ask the question, do you want to keep pollution out of the bay? And if you answer no, then, just don't do anything. If you answer yes, we know it's absolutely been proven that street sweeping is an important component of keeping pollutants out of the bay. So if you sweep the streets, we also know that it's not going to be effective unless people move their cars. People aren't going to move their cars unless they're motivated to move them. You can't. I seriously question whether you can educate people to move their cars and have it be a success. We've been at this program for 20 years or more, and everybody knows about it, but nobody's gonna comply unless they're motivated to. And that's the purpose of having fines, is to motivate people. So if you don't have signs and you don't have fines, you're not going to have any motivation. People aren't going to move their cars. If they're not moving their cars, the street sweeper is just going to go down the middle of the street and not go where all the trash is, which is in the curb. So I know where this is going. It's just kicking the can down the road. And, we ought to have, again, this is another thing. We ought to have the political courage just to do what needs to be done to keep pollutants out of the bay, and not worry so much about offending people. But I understand how all that works. So I guess we'll call for public speakers. Actually, it's almost 11 o'clock. I'm going to need a motion to continue this meeting for some period of time. Anybody want to do that?
I move that we continue to finish this item. And I also want to make a comment after we make this motion.
So just this item, that leaves 2 items on the agenda that'll get carried forward.
Right.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
So clarification, was that to finish the agenda? Or
No.
just finish this item?
To finish this item.
Okay, Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Only because I think we have public speakers. Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, call the public
So,
speaker.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make one statement here? Oh my goodness, I've lost my train of thought right now. So, oh, I know. So the fact is that we have some pretty heavy problems in the city in terms of cleanup of illegal dumping, in terms of trash pickup. And that's where our staff's time needs to be, not implementing 16 neighborhoods of signs and all the cost associated with it, which would probably be close to $1 million to do all these. So this is a great plan to really bring, like I said, community involvement, and also getting and the street sweeper does pick up a lot, and we're going to have ticketing on all the collateral arterial busy thoroughfares. And it does go down the street, down the middle, but it also goes around, even if there are cars still there. But we want people to move their cars, and that's what this community building effort is all about.
Okay, well, good luck. So let's call the public speakers.
We have one public speaker.
Oh, good.
Naomi Williams, you may begin. Naomi, you're there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
My question, I'm here. My question is there a state law that says we're supposed to do this? It was 20 years ago when we started this program. It was 20 years ago when we started this program. Is that a yes or no answer first? Is that a yes or no answer first? Is that a yes or no answer first? Can I get an answer before I move on?
I think you already answered that, but Joe, you want to give her an answer?
Yeah, it's actually noted in our discharge permit as a best management practice. And so it's something that the city has said as part of our permit activity that we will do.
Okay, so that was our last speaker.
Yes, that's the last speaker.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Okay, well, wait till I finish first.
Oh, are you?
So since there isn't a law, there isn't a law, and we won't get, but the neighborhoods have paid tickets for not moving their cars. Can we get our money back? Can we get our money back?
Send Councilor McLaughlin a bill. She'll take care of it. Send Councilor McLaughlin a bill. She'll take care of it.
Naomi, if I could, I would. Naomi, if I could, I would.
Okay. Yeah, but all this time we knew it was 4 neighborhood councils that didn't have signs. Now it's 16. Where those other neighborhood councils come from? Now it's 16. Where those other neighborhood councils come from? Now it's 16. Where those other neighborhood councils come from? There was only 4, including yours. There was only 4. Including yours.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor McLaughlin, did you want to say something else before we vote?
I'll make the motion to direct staff to proceed with the 11 points that they have outlined, including reinstating enforcement activities on the collector arterial streets throughout the city, and develop a graduated enforcement strategy for those areas, with 0 for the first citation, 50 for second, and 60 for third. And this is just for the busy streets. And to make it, and to make sure that a notice is sent out to the whole city, a one-time notice about this program and what the and how to sign up for texts. We'll do other outreach as well, but at least one time postal notice for everyone to sign up, including a potential phone, seeking a phone call if they don't have data computer access.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second from Willis. Councilmember Bates, you want to say something?
So it's my understanding that there will be a discontinuation of the street sweeping in certain neighborhoods. Is that correct?
No, Councilmember Bates, the street sweeping has never stopped. It continues and it will continue. We will be doing this 9-month pilot project in 2 neighborhoods and be setting up some reminders for people to get compliance. And the ticketing will happen for the busy streets.
Okay, let's call the roll and vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
I abstain.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
I'm interested to see how this goes. Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates abstaining and Mayor Butt voting no.
So unless somebody wants to move otherwise, this meeting is concluded.
Hey, could I ask for a meeting to be adjourned in memory of Mrs. Carolyn Smith,
Oh,
Ted Smith's spouse? Most people don't realize that of all the elected officials in Richmond, Ted and Carolyn Smith were invited to the White House as a Republican more than all of us combined.
Mrs. Smith died?
Yeah, so she was a great friend, and although she was a Republican, we got along quite nicely, along with Ted. And we're gonna miss her contribution to the greater Richmond
okay.
community.
Any other memorials?
It's not a memorial, but I did, Kurt Braxton mentioned that today was Mother Braxton's birthday, and I did want to take time to, I know we often adjourn in, because someone lost their life. I think today, we can kind of split it down the middle and adjourn for Mrs. Smith as well as in celebration of Mother Braxton's birthday.
Happy birthday, Myrtle.
Okay, anything else? Going once, going twice, we are adjourned.
Blues in the park.
Thank you, Eduardo. Take care, everybody.
Bye.